Honorable dignitaries, invited guests, delegates, staff, and students, a very good morning to one and all present here. I am Jill, and I am Nikita Reddy, students of Pedagogical and Medical Engineering Department. Feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of the organizing committee of Today National Seminar on Advanced Materials and Processes AMP-2023, organized by the Department of Pedagogical and Materials Engineering, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Technology, in association with Indian Institute of Metals, Hyderabad Chapter. This seminar covers a broad spectrum of materials and metallurgical research, including functional materials, ceramic matrix composites, light alloys, additive manufacturing, welding, and coatings. The seminar will showcase the advances in research on materials in the manufacture from automotive to aerospace applications. We sincerely hope that the ideas and views shared during the interactions will sow its seeds for a sustained fruitful result. We extend to you a very warm welcome, sir, and thank you for participating. To begin with the inaugural program, may I start with inviting the honorable dignitaries onto the dais. I would like to invite Honorable Chairman Shri Praveen Garu onto the dais. Shri Praveen Reddy is a member of the society and the present chairman of the Chaitanya Bharati Education Society. He holds a postgraduate degree in pharmacy. He is a successful entrepreneur in the pharmaceutical industry and has a lot of experience in promoting pharmaceutical and educational activities. Thank you, sir, for taking the time of your day to grace us with your presence. Please join us in welcoming our chief guest for today, Dr. R. Balamalli Krishnan Garu, Director, DMR, Hyderabad, with a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence.
I'd like to invite Professor K. Chandramohan Reddy Garu, Principal MGIT, onto the dais. Professor K. Chandramohan Reddy Garu obtained B.Tech in Mechanical Engineering from Hyderabad, MS in Digital Tools from REC Varkal, and PhD from Osmania University, Hyderabad. He has 32 years of experience in teaching, training, research, and administration. He has published over 135 research papers in national and international journals and conferences of review and has completed many research projects. I extend to you a very warm welcome, sir. I'd like to invite Dr. K. Ramanjanelu Garu, Head of the Department, Dr. K. Ramanjanelu Garu obtained M.Tech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Madras and PhD from JNTU Hyderabad. He has 23 years of experience in teaching and published more than 60 research papers in national conferences and international journals. I extend to you a very warm welcome, sir. I'd like to invite Dr. M. Pariraj Garu, Associate Professor, MME Department, MGIT, and convener AMP-2023 onto the dais. Dr. M. Pariraj Garu completed his graduation in metallurgy from the Government College of Engineering, Pune, Masters and PhD degrees in metallurgy from IISc Bangalore. Prior to joining MGIT, he worked as research engineer in General Electric Global Research Center at Bangalore and assistant professor at Seoul National University, South Korea. He has about 29 research publications in reputed international journals. I extend to you a very warm welcome, sir. We are fortunate to have with us Professor K. Bhanushankar Rao Garu, INAE Distinguished Professor Material Science and Metallurgical Engineering Department, IIT Hyderabad, and Pratt and Whitney Chair Professor at the University of Hyderabad. We extend to you a very warm welcome.
I now call upon Ms. Anniversary onto the dais to begin a lighting ritual with the song dedicated to Lord Ganesha.
We request Professor A. Bhanushekar Rao to come onto the dais.
Please come on. Please.
Now I would like to request all the dignitaries on the dais to join in lighting the lamp. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of night, similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. Now, I request our Honorable Chairman, Shri Ravi Garu, to preside over the function. Now, I request Professor G. Chandramohan Reddy, Principal MGIT, to give a welcome address.
Good morning, all of you. Respected Chair, Sri D. Ravi Garu, who is also the Chairman of PBS. And today's chief guest, Dr. R. Balamurali Krishnan, Director, AMR. Of course, he is very young and energetic, enthusiastic director AMR has. And our own Gurkhitam, Professor Manshekar, he is chair professor in of course, University of Hyderabad, he was architect, and our ex steel chair professor, and our HOD, Dr. K. Raman, and Dr. K. Aniraj, who is the associate professor in the revenue department as the director of such a development company. He is also the convener. They all invited HODs in the professor. The faculty of MNT and all the students, young students, friends. Extend a hearty warm welcome to you. Good morning. These kinds of programs usually happen in irregular packages, which have got better infrastructure and AC period and all that. Because that is under renovation, the program has to be done here. Well, sorry for the inconvenience not to the senior and also the students. You have to put up with this temperature. We have not expected that the temperature will rise so rapidly in the last 1 to 2 weeks. MGIT is known for the unique college. It was considered a unique college because it is running metallurgical and materials engineering program. Though it was set up in 1987, but the branch MME is unique to MGIT, and they have good tie-up with the all metallurgical industries in and around Hyderabad. But at the time of COVID, the department lost that battle touch. The connect that was established using the times of Professor Bob Shekarola and Professor J. Kumar and other renowned professors who worked here, they have established good connect. Now there is responsibility of the current faculty also to re-establish and reconnect with the industries in a big way in the days to come. That is what is missing actually. So I hope that the current HOD will accept this challenge and will do the needful in that particular direction. See, I was also interested to know as to what is happening in the materials, and since nowadays everybody is talking about ChatGPT, I also downloaded one AI tool and try to search. And AI, the artificial intelligence tool, has this to say. There are many exciting developments happening in material science and engineering. Here are a few recent advancements. Graphene. Graphene is a two-dimensional material made of a single layer of carbon atoms arranged in a hexagonal lattice. It is incredibly strong, lightweight, and connected. Researchers are exploring its potential for use in electronics, energy storage, and water filtration. This is one kind of material where revolutionary changes are happening. The second category is metamaterials. Metamaterials are engineered materials with the properties not found in nature. They are made by arranging tiny structures in specific patterns to create desired properties such as negative refractive index or invisibility to certain wavelengths of light. Researchers are exploring their potential in areas such as telecommunications, energy harvesting, and medical imaging. And then there is third area of development, additive manufacturing, also known as 3D printing, is revolutionizing the way we design and produce material. I'm happy to inform you that I executed a project in this particular area during my stay at CBIT during the years 2019 to 21. Completed the product and delivered, and to the satisfaction of the end user. Researchers are developing new materials and techniques for 3D printing, including the metals, ceramics, and composites. This technology has the potential to transform industries such as aerospace and healthcare and automotive manufacturing. The third variety, the fourth variety is of biodegradable materials. With increasing concerns about plastic pollution and environmental impact, researchers are developing biodegradable materials that can replace traditional plastics. These materials are made from natural sources such as plant fibers, starch, and cellulose, and can be used in applications such as packaging, textiles, and medical devices. And then you have the last variety, the self-healing materials. These are engineered to repair themselves when damaged. They have the potential to extend the lifespan of materials and reduce the need for maintenance and repairs. Researchers are exploring self-healing materials and applications such as construction, aerospace, and electronics. Now, I am not an expert in materials. This is what this AI tool has given the output for a specific question. And just because the student number is decreasing over a span of time, in fact, the faculty have worked with the more energy, enthusiasm, and reservation. Nobody else will come and solve your problems to raise the reputation of your branch. It is for you to raise and to meet the challenges of the day. That can be done only by the teachers. Teachers are the one, they have a unique quality of accepting the challenges. It's very important. I call upon those dealing with the materials development, particularly materials engineering and also the mechanical engineering branches, to come forward and accept the challenges Only when you accept the challenges, then only you will be able to do something and develop and sustain in the competitive environment. It's very important. Since the number is decreased over a span of time, it doesn't mean that the materials departments are gone down. No, you cannot survive. To build a aircraft, you require 1,000 varieties of materials. If you want, you can check if I am wrong with that PMR and these projects here. We could not develop the aircraft structure for so long period because we could not develop the materials. Because now we are able to do something which is the availability of materials provided by the Defense Metallurgical Research, DMR labs and labs like that across India. They have done so much, so that has to be affected. The materials development concept that has happened, that should be really taken to the minds of the students, and they should be inspired. So for this, the faculty have to do the homework. They should really mentor the students. I have been hearing the same story that I had about 30 years ago in some industry. They say that we are throwing integrated students for projects on the industries. First of all, the faculty has to know the problem and should seek the help of the industry. That is how the UG project should be guided. It is not like, we should not give the impression that we are throwing our inefficiency over the industry or the organizations. Faculty has to really come forward. It is the order of the day, and it is my call to the faculty of the college. Thank you. Thank you, Ananda.
May I now request Dr. K. Ramanjanalu Garu, HOD of the department MGIT, to brief about the program.
Good morning to all. Parents, our chief guest has on our outstanding scientist and director of PMI, principal Dr. Professor K. Vanshankar, identity chair and distribution professor, Professor and our lead, Dr. M. Andras, and convener of Advanced Materials and Processing. My dear colleagues and HODs and dear participants and students, I would like to briefly tell about the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering for the benefit of chief guests and new dignitaries. Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering is organizing this two-day national seminar on advanced materials and processing as a part of seminar 2023. It is happening on 27th of this April. So 10 days before, we would like to organize this seminar for the benefit of students who get good exposure to the current technologies which are happening now. And this we are organizing with the Association of Indian Institute of Metals, Hyderabad Chapter. It's a professional body. And our student affairs chapter also is working in line with the IIM Hyderabad Chapter. The department was established in 1997 and accredited by National Board of Accreditation in 2009, 14, 18, and 22. Since from the inception, the department is doing really good, and this is being demonstrated by our distinguished alumni. So our alumni, those who graduated from the department, have done their masters and PhDs in NITs and IITs, and including foreign universities like the University of Cincinnati, USA, Oxford University, UK, Max Planck University, Germany, Delft University, and the University of Technology, University of Oahu, Japan. Like that, various world-renowned universities. So our students have gone there and they have done their masters and PhDs and are working as professors in training. So like that, the students are demonstrating the department. And the students also placed in DRDO, Department of Atomic Energy, ISRO, Steel Authority of India Limited, Nidani, JSW, and Tata Industries. And some of the students are also working as faculty in IIT Madras and IIT Hyderabad, University of Hyderabad, NITs, and IITs also. Department has completed two research projects which are sponsored by DRDO, Research and Development, Aeronautical Research and Development Board. So one of the projects has been completed, it's worth 8.39 lakhs, and one more project is continuing, that is 38 lakhs. And another project is completed and it is sanctioned by TECI. INA fellowships, our faculty members have achieved that INA fellowships during their PhD work. And INA Innovative Project Awards also, our students have received at the BTech level. And INA Innovative Project Awards received by our faculty members at the doctoral level. And our students have demonstrated their skill and knowledge in the national conferences organized by the AMP-2023 Chapter in association with the National Metallurgical Laboratory and Tata Steel. That the program behind the teachers test. So it was organized by MGIT and Tata Steel, and most of our students have gathered their first prizes in BT. 75% of faculty members have obtained their PhDs, only two are left, and they are at the rate of completing their PhDs, so that the department faculty is going to become 100% PhD holders. The department has 3 active MOUs with the industries, like Skywood Aerospace Technologies, and Aqua Sub-Engineering, and Associated Engineering Services. There, our students are actively involved in doing internships and degree projects and major projects with these MOUs, and of course, industrial business also they are visiting and getting the. So department is also having attended professors, Professor K. Ramshankar and CVS Kiran, Aerospace, Skyroot Aerospace to guide the faculty members as well as the students in further research in the field of metallurgical and materials engineering. So with this, we are going to work further what we have done, and that should be more. We are going to do with under the guidance of Professor K. Ramshankar and CVS. So, sir, what you said is we would like to address in coming days. Definitely, the Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering faculty members we review and we meet the challenges what we have. The department is also working with the professional bodies like AM, Hyderabad Chapter, and Institution of Engineers India, and Indian Institute of Welding, Indian Welding Society, and Society for Failure Analysis. So we are getting the feedback and the guidance from the professional societies to, for the betterment of the department as well as students. The department is very much thankful to our industry support. So not only with the financial and other aspects also, they are getting good support from various industries. Yes, I would like to mention a few of them. DMRL, since from the inception, we are getting support from the DMRL and Mishra Nigam Limited, Rajmal Forgings Private Limited, Sana High-Tech Vector Castings, Medsonic Engineers, and Kalwa Engineering. So I would like to say a few words about the program. That is, so this program is going to cover a broad spectrum of materials and metallurgical research, including functional materials, ceramic matrix composites, light alloys, additive manufacturing, welding and coating. And the seminar will showcase the advances in research on materials and their manufacturing from automotive to aerospace applications. So I expect that all the participants will going to get the benefit from these lectures today and tomorrow. So I'm very much thankful to our principal and management for continuous encouragement to organize this type of events. And in future, in the month of May, June first week, we would like to organize an industry summit. Okay, so from the different industries in and around, we would like to invite. Actually, we planned in month, but because of production, it has got postponed to May. So we are going to do soon in the month of May. The industry summit. One more program is going to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. May I now invite Dr. M. Ma'am, faculty MGIT, to introduce our chief guest.
I feel honored and privileged to introduce the chief guest, Dr. R. Balamurali Krishnan Garu, outstanding scientist and director, PMR. He obtained his BTech in Metallurgical Engineering from IIT Madras in 1991 and his MS and PhD in Material Science and Engineering from Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, USA. Following the 3-year postdoctoral stay, also at Carnegie Mellon University, he joined PMR as scientist team in 2001. His research interests include the physical metallurgy of high-performance steels and nickel-based superalloys, with a strong emphasis on advanced microstructural characterization and establishing the processing structure property correlations in these important engineering materials. He is also interested in applying modeling and simulation tools to study materials and processes. He has first-hand experience of 25 plus years in working with specialty steels across the entire spectrum from concept to product. His work has been influential in establishing the entire ecosystem, starting from large-scale scientific studies to industrial-scale production and certification for final use for the manufacture of specialty steels for naval construction. He has a strong interest in fostering interactions between academia, R&D institutions, and the industry sector towards transitioning concepts to products. He has delivered nearly 100 invited talks at various R&D institutions, academia, industries, government bodies, and conferences. Dr. Balamurali Krishnan has received the DRDO Agni Award for Excellence in Self-Reliance in 2005, Hubert Adamson Fellowship from the Indian Institute of Science in 2010, DRDO National Science Day Oration Silica Medal in 2011, Metallurgist of the Year Award by the Ministry of Steel in 2017, and Outstanding Researcher in an Academic Institute and R&D Labs Award by Indian Steel Association in 2019. With this brief introduction, may I now request Dr. R. Balamurali Krishnan Garu to deliver his keynote address.
Shri Ravi Reddy Garu, Chairman CDES, Ram Shankar Rao, President and Mentor for this institution, and so many individuals and so many other places. Then Dr. Chandramani Garu, Principal MGIT, then some guys, Raman Chayyu, Viraj, faculty here, colleagues from PMRL, the ARCI, and all the students, others who are here. A very good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today at MGIT. My association with MGIT actually started, it was led out that I joined PMR in 2001. And my first batch of BTech students whom I guided was in 2002 on estimation of volume fraction of gamma prime and nickel based superalloys, and that was from MGIT. And since that day till last year, Until I became director, I had a practice of taking meeting students for work. So then one idea was how I can contribute whatever little I know in terms of not just in terms of metallurgy, but in terms of enthusiasm for the subject and what needs to be done. And I guided something like 16 batches, and of that, 5 batches are from engineering. But it is not all my credit. I mean, it goes to people like Mr. Viplov Kumar, who was a visionary and who did a lot of work. He used to come and interact, work with Villani, work with DMR, and talk about the college, talk about the care that he was taking in terms of making sure that the students got the best that they can possibly get in a case like this. And MGIT enjoyed, and I think even today enjoys a reputation as one of the best colleges in Hyderabad, and perhaps in AP and Telangana also, in terms of teaching metallurgy courses. And I think so we do have a very good legacy, and I think, like was pointed out by the principal and the assurance given by the head of the department, I think it is up to the faculty and the students to keep your college flag flying high. And I'm sure the management said whatever is necessary, I'm sure they will need to do it. In fact, I'm sure they're more than eager to do that. But the response has to come from the students and from the people who are actually running the college. So, I think I don't know how many people here had exposure to Viplov Kumar. I think most of the faculty here who have had interactions with them. I mean, and Professor Banishankar, who's here, was continuing to do this kind of presence. I think the one common thread is both the passion for the work that they are doing, for the people they are working with, and for the subject. And in our DRBO projects, we have got money electricity, we have PDCs. In our PDCs, probable date of completion for our project. We always say whether it is scientist or student or faculty, whatever you do, you need PDC. The PDC is passion, dedication, and commitment. And in fact, if you have passion, probably rest of it gets taken care of. Because whatever small obstacles and problems come in your way, they are not really bottlenecks. They don't become major obstacles. Sure, they are there, but you will always find a way out. I always talk about people who paint or people who are in sports and things like that. I mean, they willingly spend 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, probably more in a day, in perfecting what they are doing. So as students, we can ask ourselves, are we giving that kind of commitment to what we are doing? And the commitment need not necessarily be, unfortunately, the society has driven us in that direction in terms of getting better marks and getting better jobs. But the fundamental thing of education, of teaching and of learning, isn't learning something, understanding and trying to see where we can use it. And in today's world, we are moving towards it, and especially materials, because again, metallurgy and materials is a branch where there is no technology, no product without that. Starting from your cell phones, starting from your cars, things in defense that we work on, advanced materials, and I know that your seminar, I think you've chosen a very good list of topics and the list of speakers. About functional materials, composites, metamaterials, I think even ChatGPT lists that out. So as was pointed out, and very advanced levels. I mean, there are things that perform where, like nickel-based superalloys, for example, they perform at a very high fraction of their melting point. The normal materials do not even, have any kind of performance at those kinds of temperatures, and we are able to do that. And your phones have become smaller and smaller and more powerful and more powerful. Your computers have become smaller and smaller and more powerful and more affordable. All materials innovation lies at the base of all of this. Right? So you have to recognize this, and I always keep saying which branch is better, which job is better. Those kinds of statements are good for gossip and chatting, but at the end of the day, the society needs everything. Okay? And like I said, it's very important to understand the role of materials and design everywhere. And this then becomes important in the current context, where it is all across the papers everywhere. The present government is pushing. I mean, Atmanirbharta has become a common word. It is self-reliance in everything that we do in the country we want. And things like this, the current geopolitical situation, including the Russia-Ukraine war. And if you depend on critical technologies and materials with the rest of the world, in some countries which may not be necessarily very friendly with us can always choke, and we will have problems in supporting not only our supply chain, so-called supply chain, but also in terms of delivering products to our armed forces, and which is what we are in DRDO are in the business of. And the students who go out from here will go out to all kinds of activities in the economy, not just necessarily defense or strategic sector. And each one of that is equally important in making the country do well. So again, because of the recent thrust by the government that we have to, and you see that a lot of projects are coming, one day projects are coming, lot of investments and plans and aspirations for the construction sector. Okay, when I say construction, even heavy infrastructure, shipping. So in one sense, it's a era of challenges, but then every challenge brings with it multiple opportunities. So I think you should, especially the students, should grab it with both hands. And I think we were discussing in the morning, sir, one of the important things is to bring this interaction with industry, academia, and institutions forward. I'm very, very happy about that this industry summit is being planned. The exposure to students is very important. So now shifting the focus to student care and academic institutions. So the primary question is, what should I do? Why are we where you are? Whether we do not know for what reason you chose metallurgy or materials, and I understand that probably metallurgy and mechanical engineering students here. It does not matter which branch you belong to. Right? Today you are there here and you are going to graduate from that branch. So the question you should really ask yourself is, what is it that really excites you? Why are you doing what you are doing? And that is where the passion comes. Because like I said, you will be able to make a difference. I'm sure the surroundings have a large influence. But regardless of the influence, if you bring your passion to what you are doing and try to do your best, you will bring a certain energy and ambience around you, which will be contagious and which can change the ambience around you. And so that is very, very important to be able to do that. And like I said, the COVID challenge probably lost a little bit of this touch in terms of contact with people and so on. I mean, I'm sure people will have to work extra hard, and this is not just you. This is across sectors, even in IT companies. This work from home, work from office scenario people would have heard. But what it means is, even when there are no external influences or not, I will not call them as influences, pressures for on you to work efficiently and do your job to the best of your capabilities. I think it is possible for each one of us to try and do the best that we can at any given point of time and continuously try to improve. Right? If we do this, that's all that we can do, and I'm sure things will change for the better. So we should always do this. And in terms of, like I said, COVID brought in gap, and therefore now a little bit more extra effort is required to get back to where we were, and we'll have to go forward. And it was talked about projects and students in faculty. Like I said, I had 5 batches from here, and almost all batches I've had very, very good students. And more than anything else, when you do projects, it's more your willingness that matters. And we expect that you will have a strong foundation from the courses that are being taught here. And one great advantage that students of today have is practically there is infinite resource material on the web. I mean, NPTEL courses, many of the courses are free. If you go to YouTube and ask for a tutorial of what something is, you will get it. So again and again, probably this is the 5th time I'm mentioning in the short address of about 10-15 minutes, is that how well you do in what you do, how much you learn, a lot of it is in your hands. You should not always say, my faculty did not teach, I did not have this, my college did not support me. Those are all facilitating entities. But today, practically in every subject, you can get a lot of information over the web. Of course, you need to exercise some care because unfortunately, with the news, there is also fake news. And likewise, with information, there is also misinformation. But students should get together, work together, learn together, and I'm sure we can do. And projects offer a fantastic opportunity of giving you a taste of the real world, whether it is in the academic institutions or whether it is in the research institutions or in industries like Nidani and small scale industries. I think the next 10-15 years is not the time just for the big industries, but for startups and MSMEs. And many of you can probably think of people who have discussed it, you should start thinking of maybe starting your own companies and finding the gaps. Like I said, with all the challenges, there are plenty of opportunities. The growth path that the country has set for itself, both in terms of the economy, in terms of the material. For example, the Indian steel industry has set itself a target of becoming a 300 million ton producer by 2030. And you will see every day that there are new steel plants being put in, and this will take time. It will take 5-8 years time to fructify. even plants to become active and start producing something in about 3 years. It will be kind of the time that you students will get out, and even if you do a master's or a PhD, you hopefully, we are hoping, again we are discussing in the morning, that we are working through different avenues that are possible to Indian Institute of Metals, through other channels, so that industries become attractive employers for challenging students. But again, I will close with only one thing, that you have to enhance your competence and try to be the best in whatever that you are doing. And I think if you strive for that, I'm sure everything else will take care of itself. Programs like this are good eye-openers in terms of giving a feel for what is out there, and I'm sure everybody will cover the challenges in cutting edge and so on and so forth. I wish the program all the best. I wish the students and the faculty and the department and the college all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the audience with your valuable information. May I now request Sri E. Praveen Reddy Garu, Chairman CBES Hyderabad, to give presidential address.
Good morning, how are you doing today? I am not going to give any speech, I'm just going to interact with you. Because you've chosen a very I would like to thank Dr. Ramanujay for being here and stress, as well as Dr. K. Panishakar who have taken out their valuable time to be with us, especially for the students' sake. And also I would like to congratulate Dr. Chandramohan Garu and HOD Ramanujay Garu and Dr. Panina, along with the entire staff of Medicine. And Dr. Balamurali Krishna Garu, thank you so much for being here. It was wonderful listening to you, and I feel like I was in a class for 30 years now. You know what I mean? Do you all feel that too? Yes. Yeah. So, metallurgy is I am from a slightly related field actually. I'm from pharmacy background. As some of you may know, I'm a master's in pharmacy with my expertise in retail pharmacy over the past 30 years in the United States. And when Dr. Ramanujay said about metallurgy, I was browsing through a couple of, on the web. 2 articles I came to, one from UK and one from Australia. Metallurgy is a very cool branch. You make others look cool. So you're the original cool. Okay? Because metallurgy is the backbone of all the industries, computers, and literally everywhere metallurgy is. Like building of airplanes, trains, automobiles. So, you really belong to an illustrious branch of engineering. So let me ask you a couple of questions. Anybody can answer. Why did you all choose metallurgy? What do you think when you joined in the college? What made you join metallurgy? Go in the front row. If you want to take that question. Why do you want to join metallurgy? Do you have a mic? You can pass the mic, sir, please.
We have chosen metallurgy because everywhere the metals and materials are used.
Okay, good. So what do you expect the college to help you reach that goal? What do you want to do? What do you like us to do?
Our faculty is motivating us to reach our goals.
Yeah. So you're like a Ferrari, you're like a Corolla. At one point you were a Ferrari. So we can still be a Ferrari provided you guys can make us laugh. So I'm here to thank you. Any other student they want to talk about why they want to pick up a metallurgy career? I want to hear from you. I don't want to talk here today. I just want to hear from you. Because you are experts than me in this subject, trust me. Any of the girls in front, please? Don't be shy. You can just we have the experts here. Is it okay, sir?
Absolutely. In fact, that's how things should happen.
Thank you.
Because you just make them think for themselves. Nothing better than.
Absolutely. Thank you. Don't be shy. Any student, please? Yeah. You tell your name also. We are here.
My name is Vivek. I'm from community secondary.
Okay.
I feel that metallurgy is everywhere. Without metallurgy, I feel no life. Like because even safety into space, everywhere we are using materials. Okay, that metallurgy is very important to everything.
Very nice. So would you like to go into industry or academia once you graduate?
I want to go to industry.
Industry. So you can contact me, Shanta Kumari, right there. So that's why I think we are. And she will be in touch with all the faculty. So we are here for you guys. Trust me. I don't have any other intention to be here. Just, we love you guys. We want you to make MGIT. That's the least we can do as a college. And the more we ask questions to our faculty, Dr. Paniraj Garu, they're all like brilliant academicians. They'll be very motivated. I know when I was in college also, I bored with the College. That is natural, we have to accept the fact. Who's going to listen at 2 o'clock and rather can't go to a movie? That's okay. You know, but times have changed. Competition is there. You can make a mark of yourself. A lot of innovations have come out in garage, like Bill Gates, Microsoft started in a garage. And Dell Computers by Michael Dell. UT Austin, he started in a dormitory, small room. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, all these guys. And now we have a lot of Indians. I mentioned people from abroad. When Indians are in the ecosystem, the best thing they had is digitalization. UPI method. Everywhere you go, you just sit down. So, yeah.
I may interrupt Umesh, I should add that he worked with me as contract staff.
Oh, really?
And he has had the motivation to come and join and enroll and do a BTech now.
Please give it a big hand. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Nikita and Jenny for being here. I wouldn't have been here when I was your age, so give it up for them. I would like to have one of the girls, faculty, female students also. I want to know why you're here. Why did you join Medford? Want to take the question? One in the corner? Yeah.
I didn't want to work for a desk job. I wanted two jobs and I wanted to work in a lab. So I joined this branch and I'm really happy to be here because all my lecturers are really amazing and I have a really good time studying.
Thank you. What's your name?
Jasmine.
Jasmine. What's your branch?
No, sir.
Second, not
Third.
yeah, third. You know what? Third and fourth year can be real mentors for the first and second year. Okay? So, by being a mentor, what will happen is when you go to your own interviews, you can sit down. So, you know how to talk in an interview. So, mentor, you get a lot of experience in communicating. Because Indians are brilliant, basically. I worked with different nationalities in my career, from Middle East, from Latin America, from Europe, from North America. What I've seen is Indians, but somewhere, maybe our culture, I'm not telling you anything, it's just the way we are, basically. Unless you get more exposed to international workplaces, we're a little shy. I'm not saying, but we have a lot of talent. We have a lot of things in the brain here. So it's how you put it up in an interview, how you react, how the confidence levels. Those are very important. And in fact, we are planning our college also to get some of those courses here. So before you graduate, you can, see how a virtual interview takes place or in-person interview takes place. So we want you to get ready. See, nothing is more satisfying to a teacher than a student succeeding in their career. We feel it's our achievement, basically. So, guys, you can have a lot of fun. All work and no place, no fun. Enjoy it responsibly, have fun, work hard. We have all the resources here. You can contact any of us here. These are all your gurus, your friends, and we are trying to tie up with different industries to get some more research or some more facilities for you. So if you want to go as a student intern, please be in touch with the faculty. They can set it up. It's up to you. It's your life. You say, hey, I want this. You have to demand. See, nobody will. There's a Samantha in Telugu. After that, the Amavur chapter. Maybe I'm not saying it right. So you have to go for it. You have to work for opportunities. And I think, yeah. So one more thing, I would recommend you to join the student bodies of the societies, local chapters. Every one of you, are you all of you on LinkedIn? Most of you are on LinkedIn? Yeah, that's how we develop contacts. Okay. So the next month, we're going to have an industry institute conflict. asking you to come, especially for fourth year students and third year. You can interact with the guests, you can arrange a program for about 10 minutes, just wonder. Let them talk. It's not about me and you sitting on the dais. I want them to, capitalize on this. And this college was founded on those unique values, and I salute to all of the founders of this college. And we are trying a little way, in a little way, to take it forward. And you are the strength for us. So, all of you, we want 100% placement for you guys in your graduate. Okay. And does anybody want to talk in the back? Maybe you can take the mic back on your side. Why did you want to join metallurgy? And what do you want the college to do for you in terms of achieving that dream? Let me elaborate a little bit. I'll take a couple of minutes more, sir, in a short time.
My name is Pranav Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, repeat your name.
My name is Pranav Sir.
Okay.
I'm from second year MME. Actually, I like things doing in unique way, sir. That's why I'm here in this branch. See, like anybody can do CSC and all, but nobody can do metallurgy. Metallurgy is a very unique thing.
Excellent. That's a music to all of our ears here, including mine. Okay, keep going.
So I'm a lateral entry student, sir. And when my 10th is done, I started to come to this metallurgy, and I'm doing it for like 5 years.
Okay.
So it's always here to.
Yeah. We have a distinguished guest here. If you have a couple of questions for them, they'll be more than happy to answer. They're like, from IIT, Madras, and Carnegie Mellon. That's like a dream resume. I hope that's true, right, sir? I'm just kidding.
I will not answer the second part, but I will be willing to answer the questions.
No. If you have any certain questions, how to proceed in, any questions you can ask here. If you have any questions. And also, how many of you are planning to stay in India or go abroad? Okay, let me say stay in India. You can just raise your hands. Okay, so the majority want to go abroad, which is not bad. Even I went abroad for further advancement of my career. You can sit on Babu. Thank you for it. So here, there's a couple of things. I was interacting with, and especially in India, lithium. Why lithium is used for this EV electronic vehicles? That's one of the main raw materials. So we found big deposits of that in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And the present government are encouraging, Atmanirbhar and all these schemes. So in the future, your demand will be much bigger. So work hard for that. When the demand comes, the students also the challenge is raised, the bar is raised. So you have to be at the top of your game, to succeed. And the students going outside India, countries like Russia, have told by a distinguished guest, a lot of potential along with Europe. North America a little bit. Maybe Africa is emerging because there are a lot of natural resources. So, it's plenty, like I said, it's sky's the limit for you guys. I wish we were studying YouTube reels. Probably we could have benefited a lot, So, take all those things into mind. Make your parents proud, make your teachers proud. That's what we want from you guys, So before I end, you can also upload your experiences on YouTube, also some articles and interacting, and when you go to the industries for student internships. We have the web team, get in touch with the principal, and make yourself visible. In US also, this TikTok, now it's banned in some countries. They get a lot of money for just, by getting a lot of subscribers. Even YouTube has a revenue on that. So you can use that MGIT YouTube channel to hone your skills. Of course, it's not, then you can have your own YouTube channel later on. That will also, if you have a certain number of subscribers, you'll generate income and money. So all these things, we have a special, affection for metallurgy department because we know it's a little bit less lucrative with outside work in terms of employment compared to the computer science and IT, which is more of a fact because there's a recession coming. I think it's already there, but US economists don't want to say it's a recession already we're in recession there, so obviously it's going to trickle down here. So that cycle is going to recede a little bit. So, with that said, I wish you all the best in your careers, and we are here for you, right from the management to the HODs to the staff. We run like a Ferrari. Although we may be not a Ferrari, we run like you. Okay? So we are here to make you achieve your dreams. Thank you very much. Any other questions for the guests? Anyone wants to ask? I'm going to keep quiet. Any guess? Any question? Any question?
Any question from me?
What is the weather today? What is the weather tomorrow? That's also okay. We want you to interact. Come on, you all are very. It's okay. This is an open house. Think where your uncles and fathers and brothers. Don't think. In the classroom, it's all there formatted, not here. As far as I'm concerned.
In fact, had I known that you were going to do this, I would have started this way.
Seriously, anybody wants to ask questions, please. Yeah, I'll give you about 5 minutes before we leave for the rest of the session. You can think, not trying to push you. How about you? You were very active in the diet. You have any questions? You're in Bengaluru? Yeah. Because it's not very easy to get them here. They're very busy people. So take the opportunity.
While you're thinking up your question, I'll just make only one thing. Don't take what he says about reading social media very seriously. When you come to DMR, we will be in serious trouble. We will be in serious trouble. So don't post your internship experiences in DMR on YouTube or anywhere. Okay. But everywhere else is open. I think what he says is very, very important because that's how you hold a lot of skills, which is very important. And what you like, the questions that he asked, what you like to do, why you have chosen something, what you think are the challenges. Because you grow by talking to people, right? I mean, otherwise, we all have prejudices and impressions. And we don't get a chance to correct it unless we talk to people.
No. All your website will be monitored before it is scrutinized, and which makes sense to the college only to be done. So, seriously, jokes apart, and that is serious business here. And yeah, why are you all hungry or something? Maybe we should have got some beer coffee next time. Nobody's talking. Yes, sir. Give him the mic. Sir, you address it to the sirs here, not me. They are the experts. Yeah.
I'm managed from board here, and I was what is the scope of metallurgy branch and what kind of startups can metallurgy start?
Startup, can you repeat again?
What is the scope of startups in metallurgy?
So good. Again, I think Tanay was bringing me in the car this morning, and I was telling him I'm going to access or talk about a couple of this when people ask. Right? So it's good that you asked this question, but the answer to your question actually, and good teachers do this, is never to give you a direct answer. I will tell you it is buried in both my remarks as well as sir's remarks. Okay? Like we said, the sky is the limit. See, why you are setting boundaries for yourself? See, you look at what are the opportunities that are there, right? For very long, and especially you ask about startup. Suppose you say, what is the opportunity for a metallurgist in DMR and Gen? That's a straight question, right? And then what, because you have to come through a certain recruitment process, there is a certain channel, there has to be vacancies and you come. But a startup or an MSME is just that. You have an idea, you get together with a few people, and then there are incubators. I think Banshankar was here, and I think maybe as known as a college or interacting us on. Because IIT Hyderabad is having a big innovation now and is encouraging startups, and I'm sure they are going to introduce maybe training sessions or courses for students and other people. I'm sure they are already doing it within IIT, but I'm sure they'll be happy to go around and talk to colleges like MGIT and other people. In fact, that's how the country should grow. What is he said, one thing which I forgot to mention and he did, I thank you for that, is the biggest satisfaction for a teacher is to see students rise beyond their imagination. Right? So you should rise beyond your imagination. Don't fix boundaries. Don't say this is what I'm saying tonight. Don't think that. I think then I asked this question, sir, what should I do to get you to where you are? Okay? Why we are against your bound, what, your limit? You should go and do what is not there today. And, but I think Tanai does represent what and how most people ask questions. And I do not blame you because that's how the society conditions you to do. What is the best? See, most parents who come to counseling, I was in IT Madras a few days back. So even today when they come to counseling, like I said, what would be the salary package? Who are the companies who will offer my son a job? It's not about what is mentality, what does he learn. And it's a reality of life that you have to earn something, right? Definitely. I mean, we are not disputing that. But that's why we talk about passion and we ask, why is it that you're in mentality? What do you want to do? So, but to give a little bit more closer answer, like I said, see, today, the next 10, 15 years, we are discussing this on our way to this auditorium. Just because of the government policies and everything, see, IT has had its day. Right? I mean, if you look at it in the last few months, there's been large layoff. When I say large, it's 250,000, that kind of numbers worldwide. And so it's going to stabilize. And at least within the country, now we cannot talk for the rest of the world. One thing I think all of you, it's another important thing is people think science, metallurgy is better, students should study only metallurgy. I will go a little step ahead and you will have to diversify your general knowledge a little bit more. For example, what is the country's economy doing? How we are? For example, they are expecting that India is the only country which will have positive growth over the next 5 to 10 years. Every other country, including the US, is going to stay stagnant or is going to go down. I think after a very long period, I think China had a negative year last year. So which means what? Being in India and being in a city like Hyderabad, which has lots and lots of options, there are so many industries, we have Telangana Innovation Hub, right? We have a tea hub. And you can read about all of this. If you just go to Google and put, you can do. So this teacher is therefore more these days as a facilitator, as an enabler. He is not the one who is having all the knowledge and he's kind of transmitting to you, which more happened earlier. Those of you who are here, you can catch out of Umesh later. Umesh has heard me talk like this on a daily basis to everybody, right? So the whole point is, if you want to do, you'll find your way. There are enough opportunities there. But just to get a little bit closer, 10 to 15 years, next at least 5 to 10 years, which is when you graduate and be out there, is when manufacturing is going to take a big leap. I mean, the country wants to make so many things. Look at heavy industry, shipbuilding, road, construction. Just go and look at where we were in 2014, 15 and where we are today and where we want to be. I already mentioned that we want to be a 300 billion economy, 300 million ton producer in steel. And we are today at 130, 140 million tons. So we have to more than double our capacity in the next 6 to 7 years. So there's lots and lots of opportunities. But then having just metallurgy knowledge will not help you succeed as a startup. You need to have a business sense, you need to be able to bring in opportunities, you need to be able to put together a team of people. So all these things are necessary and I'm sure there are training for all of that also that are there.
Thank you, sir, very much. I just would like to add to Sir's point. In fact, we have entered into a MOU with University of Texas in Dallas for a college. So basically, the whole course, I was there in November and December. And we had many such meetings before the agreed proposal. Basically, what we are doing is we're going to introduce some certification courses like cybersecurity, nanotechnology, business systems, which are already there. It's going to be virtual classes. So anybody from any metallurgy, if you want to go to cybersecurity, you can do that, cross-training. So that's the whole thing. And the plan is to start for third and fourth year. We're getting all the details in the next 2 weeks. So it's a 2-year certification course. And it'll be offered, I think you have to have a certain ranking in class 4 to qualify for that. And those details will be worked out in the college. So with that advantage is, if you go to US for studies, you'll get equal credits for that. That will be counted as a credit. If you're in India, and those are much sought upon, so there'll be a preference in that particular field. So if you want to join a cybersecurity company, then that cybersecurity certification with that, you get a better response from the companies. So I'll give it to Sir. If any of you have any questions, we can proceed to the next part of the program.
Actually, the kind of interaction that is really down to when it started by that, it was sweet and followed by effective by our chairman, sir. It's time to give a standing ovation for the kind of high-level experience. Under the this kind of motivation, the students would really come out and really take MGIT to greater heights. Thank you.
I wish my father was here because he used to meet me all the time. Not physically, he used to keep me very competitive. I wish he was here, but I think he must be smiling from there.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your expertise. We now request all the distinguished guests on the stage to join for the release of Metron 2023 postcard.
Actually, it is not out of place to inform you that when metallurgy was in difficulties between 2005 to 2010, the management has taken a rough estimate of closing the branch. At that time, then Sri Kamala Reddy, the then secretary and correspondent, took it upon himself and then convinced the board to continue the course. And with the same spirit, when same discussions were going on because of the decrease in the intake, then it is Sri Praveen Reddy Garu, our honorable chairman, he took it upon himself to take it in a big way to support the branch that is going to come up. See the kind of government affection he has got for this branch during the interactions we had just now. I just thought of informing the current generation also, though others know about it. Thank you.
Metron 2023 is a national level technical fest held every year. We are all honored to get our poster released by such distinguished guests on the stage. May I request our Honorable Chairman, Shri D. Praveen Reddy Garu, to present a memento to the Chief Guest, Dr. R. Balamurali Krishnan Garu. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. M. Paniraj, convener AMP 2023, to give vote of thanks.
Actually,
before I start the vote of thanks, in my mind, it was going on to reply to Dr. Chandramohan Reddy that from that ChatGPT told him that graphic is one of the advanced materials. Yes, it is an advanced material, but the one material that is going to be around for hundreds of years and will lead metallurgists for maybe a few centuries to go is steel. All around we have a lot of steel. And I have not traveled Telangana, but in Karnataka I have traveled whole mountains of iron ore are there. I won't trekked one of the mountains. So I will say that steel is the thing which is going to be around. And that currently the attempts are to make streets lightweight, which is also one of my research topics. So with that, I'll start the vote of thanks. So, dear faculty, I see that faculty from other departments also here. Dear faculty, dignitaries, researchers, my IT researchers are here, I don't see them. Researchers and students, I stand here today to express my heartfelt thanks to all those who have made this event possible. I would like to start by thanking our management who are the sponsors of this event. In the same regard, I would also like to place on the record our gratitude for the Indian Institute of Metals Hyderabad Chapter. I thank the respected director, DMR, Dr. Balu, who took time out of his busy schedule to attend this event. I also thank the chairman, Chaitanya Bharati Education Society, Shri Praveen Reddy, and our college principal. I want to say he gave a very lively presentation. He has a lot of making very lively presentation. I mean, our college principal Chandramohan Reddy, who have both our Mr. Praveen Reddy and Dr. Chandramohan Reddy, both have infused a new spirit in the functioning of the college. Finally, I thank the organizing committee, including the department faculty, students, technicians, and even our attenders. This event could not have been possible without the hard work of each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now the technical talk points.
Chief guest will start. Once the chief guest will leave the dais, then we start with the technical session.
Take some.
Who wants to have photo with the director? Come first. Come first. Come first. Come first.
What is this? This one is most welcome. Maybe some faculty would say, otherwise my boss will think I'm switched. Maybe I've resigned from there and come here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All the
Green blank ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ?
And all of you get seated, please. We are going to start the session. We are about to start the next technical session.
Students are requested to stay back. Why are you leaving, Nana? Now the main technical session is going to start. I can request students to just hand it to his own inadequate. So yes, only see the inadequate. So I request mechanical students also to have that knowledge and stored for their minds. Okay, so please stay back. Next.
speaker also has arrived. Is coming inside. So we'll start the session now.
Checking sir, this is MGIT, AMP-2023. Not coming? Not coming, sir. Just checking that only. Only it is showing two things. Checking. It has to show pen drive. Otherwise, you open the folder and say, basically, I told the pen drive is not showing in this. That is a problem. Pen drive is not working? Yeah. So it is only showing to, I will connect it to another. Hi.
Now the technical talk forms. We are honored to have with us M. Manigeni Raja Garu. I request Dr. M. Vijayalakshmi ma'am to introduce to us our chief guest.
It's my pleasure to introduce today's speaker, Dr. M. Raja, Scientist Chief at Advanced Magnetic Fluids, Defense Metallurgical Research Laboratory. He graduated in physics from Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai, India, and PhD in physics from University of Madras, India in 1997. His research work includes he worked as a postdoctoral fellow at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, during 1997 to 1999 in nanostructured magnetic materials. He worked as a postdoctoral fellow at University of Texas at Austin, Texas, USA, during 2000 to 2001 in magnetic nanoparticles. He also worked as research scientist at State University of New York, Stony Brook, New York, USA, during 2001 to 2003 in the area of magnetic field films and sensor devices. Presently, he is working as scientist chief in DMR, Hyderabad. He received gold medal in MSc Physics in 1991 from Madurai Kamaraj University, CSIR Junior Research Fellowship Award in 1991, DRDO Laboratory Scientist of the Year 2011. He guided 3 scientists for their PhD degree registered in humanities and also guided many BTech MSc student projects. He has published over 175 papers in various reputed international journals. With this brief introduction, may I request first speaker Dr. M. Manigeni Raja Garu, Scientist Chief, to deliver his lecture.
Okay. Close it up. Read this your opening. No, sorry, here, put the date. From the PPT. Everything you date was group eight. This one. This one. We can start. అవునా Is it?
Good morning to all of you. So today the title of my talk is Advanced Functional Materials. Okay. So I am from first of all I like to thank the MGIT and RCC committee for giving me this opportunity. And basically I am from DMR, the group is Advanced Languages Group. And today I am going to okay.
We will bring pointers.
Right, exactly. So I would like to start my talk with the basic the classification of materials based on the structure, properties, and applications. So based on the structure, the classification of materials are the crystalline. There are two types. One is crystalline. The other one is amorphous material. Okay. So what is crystalline material? The crystalline material is a material composed of one or many crystals. Crystals means the fraction of crystal. You have a complete unit cell is a crystal. A small portion of the crystal is called crystallites. Okay. So the crystalline material will have many crystallites. It's composed of many crystallites. And within each crystallites, the atoms are arranged in a long range figures. The atoms are arranged in a regular fashion. So it's having a symmetry and a long range figures, all those things here. Those are called crystalline material. In crystalline, there are two subdivisions. One is single crystal, the other one is
It will come.
polycrystalline. So the single crystal is monocrystalline. That is a crystalline material in which the periodicity of atom extends to a infinity order. That means the entire material consists of only one crystal. Okay, that's why it's called single crystal. So the another type of crystal material is called polycrystalline. The name itself says there are many crystallites. That's why it's called polycrystalline. Many of the materials are polycrystalline, except there are some the electronic materials mostly used in the single crystalline form. But many structural material and computer materials are polycrystalline material. The polycrystalline material comprises of many tiny crystals having different orientation. If you take a polycrystalline material, you have many crystals. These crystals are oriented in different directions. So those are called polycrystalline material. Then the amorphous material. So you have a slime, in that there are two type of material, then amorphous material. The amorphous material is a material which does not have a long length reactions. There is no regular periodic arrangement of atoms. So those materials are called amorphous material, or it's called disordered material, or you can also call it non-crystalline material. Okay, these are the broad classification of material based on the structure. Then the next, so then now we can also divide the material based on the properties. So the materials are showing the biological properties, those are biological materials. Then materials having electronic properties, they are called electronic materials. The magnetic materials, which are used in magnetic applications. Mechanical properties. So the structural materials having mechanical properties, steels and aluminum, nickel alloys, those are called mechanical alloys having mechanical properties. Then dielectric properties and dielectric materials, which are used in high frequency applications. Then optical properties or optical materials. So I have listed the important properties of each class of material. For electronic properties, the electrical conductivity and resistivity, these are the very important properties of electronic material. And the conductivity and resistivity are the reciprocal properties. And for magnetic material, there are different type of magnetic materials and properties. The paramagnetic and the diamagnetic properties and ferromagnetic. See, many of the material used for applications are ferromagnetic material like iron, cobalt, nickel, the iron silicon steel used in the transformers, those are ferromagnetic material. And the mechanical properties, you know, like elasticity, stiffness, plasticity, strength, brittleness, toughness, and fatigue. These are the mechanical properties. And for the dielectric materials, these are the important properties like corrosability, capacitance, and ferroelectric properties, piezoelectric properties, and pyroelectric properties. These are the important properties of dielectric materials. And optical materials, optical properties are refractive index, then absorption, refraction, transmission, and refraction. These are the important properties of optical materials. Then biological properties, toxicity and biocompatibility. These are the important properties of the biological materials. Now, further the material in the electronic, the materials are the material can be divided based on the electrical conductivity and resistivity. When the material is a poor conductor, it does not conduct electricity. Those materials are called insulators, like wood, mica. These are the well-known the insulators. The resistivity is order of 10⁶ ohms in it's a very high distance. Doesn't conduct electrons because these materials does not have any free electrons for conductivity. Okay. Okay. So the insulators and there are some materials conducts partially. So those materials are called semiconductors. The main application of semiconductors are for electronic devices. These materials having conductivity, but it's not the partially conducts. The resistance of this material is order of few ohms. Those materials are called semiconductor. The examples of silicon and germanium, which are used in the electronic devices. And very good, there are some materials, they are very good conductors. Those materials are metals. The resistance is the order of 10⁻⁻⁶ ohms centimeter. Okay. Those materials are gold, silver, and copper, aluminum. These are the best conductors available. Okay. These are the classifications based on the electrical conductivity or resistivity. Then coming to the applications, then again the materials are classified broadly based on the applications. One is the aerospace material, so, the carbon-carbon composites and the SAF silica, amorphous silicon, aluminum alloys, nickel-based superalloys, and these are the materials used for aerospace application. Those materials are called aerospace materials. Then there are certain materials used for biomedical applications, like hydroxyapatite (HAP), which is one of the best material for the bone replacement. Okay, so that is called hydroxyapatite. And titanium alloy is used for the biomedical applications for implantation, stainless steel, then shape memory alloys and plastics. These are the biomedical materials used for biomedical applications. These classifications based on the applications. So the electronic materials, you know, like silicon, germanium, and gallium arsenide. These are the electronic materials. Then energy technology and environmental applications. So like uranium dioxide, nickel cadmium, zirconium. So these are used for the batteries which are used in the energy technology. So right they do inauguration for Chairman of saying that about lithium. It's a large amount of lithium available in the Kashmir. So now Government of India is planning to extract the lithium. The lithium is one of the most important material used for the batteries, the rechargeable batteries. For all our cell phones, all the electronics having the rechargeable battery, which is made of lithium, cobalt oxide. Okay. Then magnetic materials. Today I am going to concentrate only on the magnetic material because I am working on that area. This is the one of the functional material. And iron, silicon, zinc, nickel, zinc, ferrites. These are the magnetic materials. Then optical materials that SaO2, even gallium arsenide is optical material. These are the material used for the optical application. Then smart materials. Again, smart materials a subset of functional material like PCP, lead, zirconium, titanate, nickel, titanium, shape memory alloys, and these are the smart materials. And structural materials like steel, aluminum alloys, those are the structural materials. So these classifications have been done based on the applications. But so my topic is based on is focused on the functional material. Even functional material, there are different types of functional materials are there. Since we have protons and we are working on magnetic material, my talk is concentrating only on the magnetic materials. The next talk will be given by our Manish Patel, which is based on the composites and structural material in the talk about that. Next please. Okay, fine. So now I am coming to the functional material. In that there are different type of functional material. I am going to focus only on the magnetic material. So DMR is working on various types of magnetic material. So we have been working on this area for the last 30 years. So I am going to present some of the most important recent material program that we have taken at DMR. These materials have been developed for various applications. So one is the nanosticky materials. So this is one of the functional materials. Many of these materials are the smart materials. Smart materials are the subset of functional materials. Okay. So the nanosticky material is one of the best known the smart materials, and it is used for sonar applications. Okay. It's also used in the magnetic actuators and sensors. The other smart material or functional material is magnetic shape memory alloy. You may be here the thermal shape memory, which is nickel titanium. And this is also nickel based alloy, but it is the magnetic shape memory alloy. And again, this is used for actuators and smart devices. Okay. Then giant magnetocaloric material. See, there is another class of functional material which is used for the magnetic refrigeration. So it's one of the very important the technology which is energy. And the fourth class of material is nano-composite magnets, which is made of samarium cobalt and iron cobalt, chain nanocomposite. So I'm going to briefly describe what are these four class of material, and that is my part of my talk. So first I will start with the magnetostrictive material, which is one of the well-known smart material. What is magnetostriction? The magnetostriction is a phenomenon of dimensional changes in a substance when it is exposed to a magnetic field. To take a certain class of magnetic material and apply a magnetic field, it changes the shape or dimensions. That is called magnetostriction. Okay. It's also known as Joule effect because It was discovered by June Thompson. And macrostriction is defined by lambda equal to delta L over the L. Here, the delta L is the change in length due to the application of magnetic field, and L is the original length of the material. Okay. So the change can be negative or positive. That means you have a material when it's exposed to the field, if the dimension is shrinking, then the macrostriction is negative. If the length is increasing, then it is macrostriction is positive. Okay, the lambda is positive. Okay, so what is the application of this material? Why these materials are important? Okay, this is the original length of the material. When this material is exposed to the magnetic field, then its length is increases by delta L. Okay, this is called the macrostriction. Now delta L over the original length is the macrostriction base group. It will be order of the PQM, the changes will be very less. Okay, but it has many applications there. So the most important application is sonar. This macrostrip materials are used in the sonar to produce the sound waves. Okay, sound waves are produced in the sonar and it is projected on an object. Then the reflected sound waves are observed by the receiver, and you can detect the objects in the scene. Okay, that is the main application of the sonar. Then it's also used in the many actuators and smart things in the aerospace applications. In active vibration control, you want to arrest the vibrations of the certain systems. This macrostrip materials is used as a active vibration control system. Then it's also used in the fuel injectors in the automobile. Then solid state speakers is also this material can be used. Ultrasonic cleaner, you apply a time magnetic field to a macrostrip material, then it produces ultrasonic waves, and that can be used for the ultrasonic cleaning applications. Then sonochemical applications and high force linear motor is used in many applications in the industry. Then adaptive optics, pumps, there are many pumps are made of magnetic material. Then mine detection, hearing aids, blade sharpener, setting. There are many applications, surgical tools. So there are a number of applications these materials are being used. Okay. So now what is the principle of macrostriction? Why the material is changing its dimension when it's exposed to the magnetic field? If you look at the physical origin of the magnetic material, the magnetic material can be classified diamagnetic, paramagnetic, and ferromagnetic. In a ferromagnetic material, within the regions, the atomic moments are aligned in the same direction. Okay, this is the ordered state. Those small regions are called domains. Okay, those domains are randomly aligned in order to reduce the macrostatic energy. So the net magnetic moment will be zero in the zero magnetic field. Now you apply a magnetic field, small magnetic field applied to the macrostatic material. Then this all the magnetic domains will align in the magnetic field direction. So because these magnetic domains are coupled with the lattice, then there is a change in the length of the material. So because of the domain reorientation in alignment, there is a change in the dimension of the material. So this is the physical origin of the macrostriction. So what are the material which is showing the macrostrictive properties? So the well-known materials are iron, nickel, copper. These are the ferromagnetic material. Also, it is showing a macrostriction. But these materials are showing a negative macrostriction, but change in dimensions is very, very less. So, not much applications of this material for macrostriction properties. If you look at some alloys like iron, copper, iron, nickel, and you see some rare iron materials, it is having a very large macrostriction, lot of the 1500 to 2600 ppm, that is parts per million. There is, if you convert into the percentage, it will be like 0.16% change in the dimension. Okay, this is a huge change in the dimension. This can be used for many applications. So we have taken a idea model to develop the rare and transshipable based the macrostrip materials for sonar applications. This is used for the sonar device. One of the DRDO lab in Kochi. They manufacture the sonar device for the naval applications. Okay. So for that programs we develop this material. Okay. So basically we have taken the terbium iron, terbium, explosive and iron. This is the durable alloy which is developed at DMR for sonar device applications. So we are using this material for the many reasons because the cubic temperature of this material is high at PC. The cubic temperature of material is the temperature at which it becomes ferromagnetic. At room temperature it is ferromagnetic. When you increase the temperature, at particular temperature it becomes a paramagnetic. That transition temperature is called cubic temperature. So that is high for this material. And then if you compare the other material, for example, the PCT, the lead, zirconium, titanate, and nickel. Compared to these materials, this terbium, explosive iron, having much higher impact restriction. That's why you are choosing this material for the solar applications. And these materials are typically used by the certification group. First, you have to make the master alloy by vacuum induction lighting tool. Then after that, you do the certification experiment using zoning or the directional certification techniques to make a great oriented single crystal materials. And this is the vacuum induction lighting available at DMR for making alloys. So there is the aluminum crucible here, which is in the induction coil. Now you load all the raw materials like individual elements with particular composition, load it into the furnace, then create the vacuum, and you apply a high frequency current to this coil. Then it produces the eddy current. Because of the eddy current, the material is heated and it's melted. So that is the principle of the induction melting furnace. Then after the melting, when it reaches the liquid state, then you can cast it into the particular shape. Then basically here the casting you use the quartz strips to make it a cylindrical rod. The molten liquid is poured into this mold to make the cylindrical rods. Those rods are further used for the certification. So this is more of the structure and phase diagram. And the structure of this material is the cubic CP structure. And so these are having anisotropic magnetic properties. So at particular isotropic direction, the magnetic properties are and magnetic macrostrictions are maximized. So you have to develop this material with particular crystallographic orientation. For that only we use direction certification techniques. And this is the material that we have developed at EMI. You can see that here the diameter of this material is about 20 mm and length is typically 50 to 100 mm. This is the macroscopy rod used for the sonar applications. We developed this the macroscopy rod at DMR and we supplied to our DRDO other lab at Kochi to develop the sonar device. Okay. And I'm going to the next class of material. The ferromagnetic shaker by material. This is also one of the very new the smart material. The performance these are very similar to macrostriction. Like in the macrostriction, the macrostriction materials are when it's exposed to the magnetic field, it changes the shape or dimension. Similarly, this ferromagnetic shaker alloy also changes the dimension or shape when it is exposed to the magnetic field. But the difference is the mechanism by which the shape is changed. So here the mechanism is different. That's why it's called the ferromagnetic shape memory alloy. You can see here, this is a ferromagnetic material, and this is a yellow and red. There are two regions are there. These two regions are called domains. Okay, these are domains. In metallurgical world, these are twins. Okay. So these two domains having the magnetic moments are in the same direction within the domains. See, within the yellow regions, you can see all the atomic moments are in the same direction. Similarly, for the another domain is red color regions, the magnetic moments are in the other directions. Okay. So when you apply a magnetic field, this domains will rotate and align in the field direction. That is what happened in the macrostrictive material. Here, the domain, the structure of the material remains same in a macroscopic material, and only we apply magnetic field, only domains are oriented in the magnetic field direction, and because the domains are coupled with the lattice, there is a change in the dimension in a macroscopic material. But what is happening in the ferromagnetic shape of the alloy? Similarly, here also there are two regions are there, yellow and red color. There are two domains. It is also called two twins, Martin-Seek twins. And when you apply a magnetic field, the domains are rotating into the field direction. And also the two regions become a one, like two domain, the Martin-Seek twins become a single dimension. Okay. There is the structural transition associated with the domain rotation. Okay, that is the basic difference between the macrostriction and the ferromagnetic shape alloy. So the ferromagnetic shape alloys having a magnetostructural transition. There is the magnetic transition coupled with the structural transition. Because of that combined effect, there is a large change in the structure. There is a large change observed in the ferromagnetic shape of alloys. That is why these materials are having very large strain. Okay. So these are some examples and how the ferromagnetic shape alloys are used in the actuators. Okay. This is one of the actual magnetic actuator made of the ferromagnetic shape alloys. Okay. This was demonstrated by one Finland company, Adaptamet. Okay. This is a linear high force magnetometer which is used in the aerospace. So there are many material systems, ferromagnetic shape alloys are there. Nickel to manganese and gallium. This is the well-known ferromagnetic shape alloy. What is the thermal shape memory? There is also binary alloy, that's nickel and titanium, which is the thermal shape memory. The thermal shape memory are different from the magnetic shape memory. In the thermal shape memory, your state change takes place due to the change in the thermal energy. So you have to heat or cool the material to have the shape change. Whereas here in ferromagnetic shape memory, you don't need to change the temperature. If the material works at room temperature, and if you simply apply magnetic field, it changes the shape. So by doing applying and removing the magnetic field, you can quickly change the shape of the material. So the operational frequency of this shape memory is very high. So it can be used for the high frequency application for the fast dynamic changes to be required. These materials are very useful for the high-tech application. So this is the one of the applications demonstrated earlier by the industry. It's called Hyderabad. So again, there are many applications. The very mechanical high force union is one of the very important application. This shape of alloy can have a large stroke force and a high load capacity. Then if you want high the displacement and the stroke force, then you can use the ferromagnetic shape alloys for linear actuators, and can use in the pumps, and there are many other applications like magnetic applications. It's used in the surgical tools, and again it's like used in the fuel injectors and actuators, accessory injectors. So like this is one of the different applications like solar, smart grid, and mind reactions. There are many applications are there, and so this is just a comparison of the material with the other smart materials. Like, so when you talk about smart material, the first material coming to know is the lead zirconium titanium. It's oxide material. It is a well-known established smart material. So any new material we compare with PCT, if it's better than PCT only, we go for the that material. So here the ferromagnetic shape alloys are much better than the PCT because of the high strain and high energy density. So that is why we have taken the ferromagnetic shape memory alloy, that is nickel, manganese, gallium, and ternary alloys for the development of this material for the different applications. As I said, this material is showing the ferromagnetic the shape change because of the structural transition. It goes from arsenide to martensite structure upon cooling and heating. And after reaching the modern site, there will be a multivariate structure will be there. Within the modern site, now if you apply a magnetic field, it's going to change its shape because of the change in the modern site structure. Okay. That is the basic principle of the ferromagnetic shape minerals. And this is the same. Okay. And how to develop this materials? Again, it's the metallurgical process used for developing this materials. First, you have to make the alloys by melting wood. Then we do heat treatments. Then after melting alloys, you have to go for ray coordination by the direction certification instruments. And then you have to do various structural and magnetic characterization to qualify the material whether it is suitable for sonar applications or not. These are some of the characterization results. So this is a typical microstructure of a material. You can see that the grains are oriented in particular direction. It's called direction certified materials. And we have done the structural transition using differential scan calorimeter and the magnetic measurements to qualify materials. And this is the rod which is made by the nickel, manganese, and gallium certified rod, which is made for the sonar applications. This is some of the mechanical characterization. You want to test the material with respect to the magnetic field and how the strain is changing to magnetic field. And the most important aspect here is that the irreversible strain. So that is important. So with that, I'm going to the next class of material. It is called magnetocoloric materials. Okay. So what is magnetocoloric material? So there is certain magnetic material. It's a change of thermal energy. So due to the change in magnetic entropy magnetic entropy upon the application of magnetic field. When you certain class of material is exposed to the magnetic field, heating and cooling effect is observed. That is called thermoelectric magnetocoloric materials. So what is the application of the thermocoloric materials? It's magnetic refrigeration. The magnetic refrigeration is a new concept, it's a new application which is emerging. Right now, this magnetic refrigeration is not available. So here, this is the first magnetic refrigeration demonstrated by the Ames laboratory from USA. So basically, here there is a rotating disc is there. There are two bar magnets are there. When these materials are this disc is filled with magnetocoloric materials. Okay. So when this disc is rotating, when this magnetocoloric material goes into the magnetic field, then the material is heated up. For example, when material goes to the magnetic field, from room temperature it goes to 50 degrees. Okay. So because of the magnetocoloric effect, when you apply a magnetic field, the material temperature is heated up. Now, from room temperature it goes to 50 degrees. Now you remove the heat by circulating the water. Okay. Again, the material comes to the room temperature. Now again, you further rotate the disc. What happens? The material goes out of the magnetic field. It is coming out of the magnetic field. Then it cools further down. Okay. So when it goes to the magnetic field, the temperature is increasing. You remove the heat by circulating the water. Then further you rotate the material away from the magnetic field because of the magnetocoloric effect for the cold stuff. So it goes to 30 degree to 50 degree, again coming to 30 degree. When you move away from the magnetic field, it cools further to 10 degree. So by continuously rotating this magnetocoloric material in and out of the magnetic field, you can get the cooling effect. So it is called magnetic refrigeration. It is very similar to our conventional refrigerator. What is the principle of magnetic refrigerator or air conditioning or refrigeration? You have a freon gas, chlorofluorocarbon gas is compressed. When you compress it, it's heated. That heat is removed by blowing your exhaust. Then the compressed gas is allowed to expand through your coil. Okay. When the compressed is allowed to expand because of the Joule Thomson effect, it cools down. Then the cooled gas is circulated through your coil. Then that's the way this continuously do that one. This cooling effect is observed. So there, the compressor is used to make a cooling effect. The compressor, as you know, it is works based on the current theorem. The efficiency of the any current engine is 30 to 40% only. So that means your AC or refrigerator works at the efficiency of only 30 to 40%. The remaining 60% of energy is wasted. Okay. So that is why your air conditioning and refrigeration still is a very expensive for the common people. But here, what is happening here? This is a new concept, new technology is emerging out. Maybe down the line, another 5 years or 10 years down the line, you may have a magnetic refrigeration at your home. Okay. Here, what is happening? You have a permanent magnet. Okay. Then you have a small disc which is rotated by a DC motor. Even you can use a 5-volt DC motor, you can use it. And you use then instead of fluorofluorocarbon, which is freon, here we use the solid state magnetic material as a resistant. Okay. When you use a resistant, rotate that magnetic material in and out of the magnetic field by using a small DC motor, you are putting effect in the outside. That is the basic idea of the magnetic refrigerator. The greatest advantage of this technology is here it is not working based on the current cycle. It is a simple magnetic concept. And here the efficiency of this magnetic machine is 80 to 90%. Okay, you don't need to waste your electric energy, and even very small DC motor this refrigerator can work. So it works near room temperature operation and solid state refrigerant. See, one of the disadvantages of air conditioning and refrigeration, we use the CFC. As you know that CFC is not the eco-friendly. It is dangerous to the ozone layer. So now government is taking a lot of efforts to get rid of this CFC. Okay. So another alternative technology is this magnetic refrigeration. Okay. So here there is no CFCs used, so it is ozone friendly, it's eco-friendly, and it's a very compact technology. You don't need a very big compressor and closure, all those things are not required. So 20% smaller than the gas compression cycle, and this is the high efficiency. The high efficiency of the system, like it works minimum 60% in state. So these are the advantages of this magnetic refrigeration technology, which is energy. And what is required, how to realize this kind of new technology is that we have to develop a material which is having a large cooling effect, or the sense the material is going to show very large magnetocaloric effect. So what is magnetocaloric effect? When a material is exposed to the magnetic field, there is a change in temperature. That any material which is showing a large change in temperature, that is going to be the best material for these applications. Okay. So how the change in temperature takes place in terms of physics? As I was telling, the magnetic fields have their domains. Within the domains, the magnetic moments are all in the same direction. But in the zero magnetic field, all the domains are randomly oriented, so that it always tries to minimize the macroscopic energy. So the domains are randomly oriented. So when the domains are randomly oriented, the randomness, what is the measure of randomness? It's a entropy. See, when the magnetic domains are randomly oriented, you will have a high magnetic entropy. As you know that the randomness, the entropy, the measure of randomness is entropy. Now, if you apply a magnetic field, what happens? Is all the magnetic domains will align in the same direction. So, okay. So what happens? So here, because of randomness, the entropy is very high. When you apply a magnetic field to the material, all the domains are aligned in the field direction and become ordered state. So what happens to the entropy? So because of the orderedness, the entropy is comes down. Okay, the magnetic entropy is decreasing. So if you do it in a adiabatic condition, so your material is not in touch with your environment, what happens is the change in the magnetic entropy is released to the lattice because the magnetism and lattice are intercoupled. Okay, magnetic domains and lattice, atomic lattice are coupled. So the change in the magnetic entropy is released to the lattice, and hence the lattice temperature is increased. That means your material temperature is increasing. Okay, that is what happens here. So you have a ferromagnetic material, you are applying a magnetic field, the temperature is increasing. Okay. Now what you will do? Now you circulate the water. So you remove that heat, okay? Now again it's coming to the room temperature. Now you suddenly remove the magnetic field. Now try to come to the disordered state. So to become a disorder, it needs some energy. So the magnetic domain it takes the energy from the lattice. So the lattice temperature is decreasing. Okay. So I hope now you understand how the cooling is observed. It's very similar to the your compressor. You compress the freon gas. So you compress the freon gas, it's compressed. Now when you compress the gas, it is heated. So that heat is removed by your exhaust, your air conditioning your exhaust. Then it is the normal temperature. The compressed gas is allowed to cool through the cooling coil, nozzle through a nozzle. So because of the compressed gas coming to the normal pressure, it gives a cooling effect because of the Joule Thomson effect. Here what is happening? You apply a magnetic field, material is heated. Okay, that heat is removed by saturating the water. Okay, now you remove the magnetic field, again the material cools down. Okay, this is the comparison between the compressor and the magnetic field stage. Okay, so but what is required for to realize this magnetic radiation technology? You need a material, but again as morning you are telling, any new technology, the starting point is you need the new materials. That is why the metallurgy and material science became very, very important. Without material, nothing will happen in this world. So you have to be very proud to study among the materials and material engineering. Okay, so there are certain class of magnetic material which is showing a large magnetic effect. Those materials people are trying to develop for the magnetic resistance application. Even DMR also we have the projects in collaboration with GE Bangalore to develop this magnetic material for magnetic resistance application. So this joint project is basically to develop a suitable magnetic material by DMR. Then those materials will be given to GE Bangalore for developing the magnetic resistance. That is the program is going on now. And we are exploring various types of magnetic material. And there are simple materials like gadolinium. It's a simple, it's a benchmark material. And gadolinium-based alloys, then some amorphous material again. These are the possible materials for magnetic applications. But however, right now, this gadolinium, silicon, germanium, which is the best material available for the magnetic applications. So that material we are developing at the DMR. We have taken up the project activity for developing this material. Basically, this gadolinium, silicon, germanium is a zero binary alloys, which is derived from the two binaries of GB5, G4, and GB5SI4. These two binaries gives rise to the zero binary alloy of GB5, Si, and G alloy. This is the magnetic phase diagram. When the G silicon concentration is between 0.2 to 0.5, those the composite materials having high magnetic effect, and those materials have been developed at DMR. Again, what is the route and how to develop these materials? As basically the starting point again, it's you have to go for a melting alloy with the required composites, and those materials are homogenized by heat treatments, and those properties are studied structural and microstructure, and the magnetic properties have been evaluated to check whether these materials are suitable for magnetic repetition application or not. Okay, these are some microstructures. And how to it's a magnetic entropy is a state function. There is no direct instrument or instruments are available to measure the entropy. For any system measuring entropy, there is no instrument. You have to calculate through the thermodynamic equations. So there are two ways here. You can measure the magnetic properties of material at different temperatures and different magnetic field. Then you are going to have a set of magnetic isothermal magnetic curves. Then use the Maxwell's thermodynamic equations to calculate the magnetic entropy change. That is the one route. The other route is that you can measure the heat capacity, specific heat capacity of the material, from which also you can measure the magnetic entropy change. These are the two important parameters: delta SM, the change in magnetic entropy, and adiabatic material chain. So for a material, if delta S and delta M, if it's a large value, those materials are highly suitable for the magnetic representation applications. These are some results. Basically, why these materials are showing large magnetofluoric effect. So these are the magnetic curves which is measured at different temperatures at different magnetic key. You have to generate the different type of isotope magnetic curves. Then you have to use the Maxwell thermodynamic equations to calculate the magnetic field of the chain. That is where you have to characterize this material. And we also had the developmental work and large components for testing the magnetic resistance applications. As I was saying, we had interactions and joint collaborative with General Electronics Bangalore to develop the magnetic resistance, which is ongoing activities going on. These are some prototype the magnetic resistors developed by this materials being pursued by many countries, especially Japan and USA. The many countries are working on this technology to develop the magnetic resistors. These are some the prototype of magnetic resistors developed by other countries. Now I am coming to the last part of my talk, and which is nanocomposite magnets. It's a nanocomposite. So composite means, as you know, it's a more than one unity, which is going to give the nanocomposite. Here, the magnetic nanocomposite. So what we are going to do here, there are certain materials which are soft magnetic material, having the hysteresis loop is very narrow, which are soft magnetic material, which are used in the transformer inductors applications. Typically, the iron, silicon, and cobalt, which are soft magnetic material. And there are certain materials having wide, very large hysteresis loop. Those are called permanent magnets. So when you combine this permanent magnets, the permanent magnets, hard magnets having a large coercivity, whereas the soft magnets having high saturation magnetization. By combining these two kind of materials in the nanoscale, nanocomposite, you can make use of the advantages of soft and hard magnetic material in a composite. So that is the advantage of this nanocomposite material. And the iron and iron cobalt, iron silicon, these are the well-known soft magnetic material. And the hard magnetic things are like samarium cobalt, 217, and the uranium iron boron and iron platinum. These are the hard magnetic materials which will have a wider loops. Okay. By combining these two materials in a nanoscale, you can develop the nanocomposite material which will have better properties than these two class of material. That is the idea of this nanocomposite. So again, basically this materials are developed by the new process which is called spark plasma sintering, because the conventional sintering or furnaces, when you process this material, this nanostructure will be destroyed, because when you put this nanocomposite in the furnace for sintering, this nanostructure will start to grow and become microcrystalline. So nanostructure is destroyed. To avoid the great growth, to retain the nanostructure of this material, there's a new technique called spark plasma sintering. So within few minutes, you can consolidate and sinter the material. So that technique is called spark plasma sintering. Basically here, a large DC current is applied to the material to heat the material. Okay, it's heating through the current. And by applying a large current, pulse current, you can quickly heat the material. And when heating increasing the temperature and simultaneously apply the pressure, then you can consolidate this material and make it a component with full density. So in this process, the entire process will take between 1 to 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, you can sinter the material. So in the conventional, the sintering process, it takes many hours. Okay. So that is the advantage of this spark plasma sintering group. This techniques have been utilized to prepare this non-composite material. Okay. And again, this is again any material development activity you start with making alloys. Okay, you have to go to your shell, you can make making. And the other process, if it's a nanocrystal, you have to make a nanocrystal structure, and you have to go. These are the processes used for the making nanocomposites. So after making the alloy, which is we have the microcrystals, the ball mill, the mechanical milling group is used to make a nano material. Then after mechanical ball milling, your grains are the order of nanosects. Okay. That's ball milled nano composite powders again taken to the next stage for making the composites. Okay. These are some properties I'm showing. See, this is the graphite dye in which your powders are transferred and used in the spark processing group. And this is the microstructure of the nanocomposites, how it looks like. It's a clear microstructure. Okay. This is the pellet of 15 mm by 20 mm height nanocrystalline material, nanocomposite material. Okay. These are the property evaluations. Okay. So this is again after SPS, you have to check whether the nanostructure is maintained or not. Again, you have to do the TEM and make sure that your nanostructure is maintained. These are the high resolution TEM images of the iron cobalt and the silicon cobalt nanocomposite magnets. So that I like to say that the advanced kind materials, which are the subset of the functional materials, the functional materials are the material having native properties and its own function. Okay. Here, the native properties are magnetic properties. Okay. So that's why these are functional material. In functional material, there is a subset is smart material. In the smart material, there are very smart material. There is a smart polymers like magnetic is another smart material. And I have started with the classification of material, and I have found out the various types of material. Then I have focused to only smart material. In that, I have given examples of only magnetic material, which is having many applications. Even all your cell phones and everywhere, these magnetic materials are used. So basically, your speaker in the cell phone made of iron silicon thin film, it's a magnetic material. So what I want to say is that the advanced magnetic materials are very, very important and which are required for the next generation sensor actually. So you think of any new technology, the first starting point is material. So without material, we cannot do anything. So we have developed new magnetic materials or materials for the next generation sensor and actual applications for the defense applications. And the materials that are developed at the DMRs having significant potential for the configuration of advanced functional devices, which is ongoing at DMR. And the development of the prototype magnetic sensors and actuators also have been developed. If anybody planning to do the project at DMR, you can come to AMG group. And we regularly get project students from MGIT. So many MGIT students prefer to come to magnetic groups for project. So I request you also can come and of course finalize coordinating. So you are all are welcome to DMR for doing projects. Okay. With that I will conclude my talk. If any questions you can ask. You can feel free to ask any questions. Available in no, magnetic refrigerator the technology is not yet mature. It's still in the R&D level. So even the G Bank group they have developed the magnetic refrigerator. It is in the still in the testing level and technology not yet commercialized. It may take, that's why I am telling you, it may take another 5 to 10 years to come to the market. As of now, the other important problem is that the cost of the magnetic refrigerator. Like other than other countries, no. All countries are in the this technology is still in the emerging stage only. No commercial refrigerators available in India as well as in the other countries. It is still you have to wait for some more time. That's what one important point is. This refrigerator, as of now, the cost of this refrigerator, if you assume you want to make a refrigerator of 160 liter capacity, which is typically used in our home, if you the estimated cost of a magnetic refrigerator as of now is 1.2 lakhs. So it's very expensive. We cannot afford this refrigerator. So we want to develop some new material and new design and refrigerator technology to make the cost is affordable to the people. Once the cost of the refrigerator is affordable to the people, your electricity the consumption is very easy. Anybody can use it. Yeah.
What's the temperature range of these magnetic?
That is another important question. Yeah.
And is there any effect of TBDT on that?
TBDT. Yeah.
That kind of if it is.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, that's true. So the one it's a very important question. The material which is having a temperature change of only 10 to 50 degree. Okay. So far that was a bottleneck now. For example, if you take a pure G material, when you apply magnetic field, it changes the temperature only 10 to 50 degree. Okay. That means now the room temperature is assume that 30 degree. Okay, it can change the temperature from 30 to only 50 degree. But to design a refrigerator, your freezer part should go up to minus 5 degree. And the middle part will be 5 degree or something, close to 10 degree or 5 degree. So a single material is not able to have the cooling range of from 30 to minus 5 degree. It's not, no materials are available. If someone if you can come up with a new material which can do the temperature change of from 30 to minus 5 degree, then this technology will immediately be out for the commercial application. So that is again the materials are bottleneck. There is no materials available for a large temperature change. Especially if you want to use in the air conditioning, especially for Hyderabad. It has cooled from 40 to the temperature goes up to 40, 45. It has cooled from 40 to 20 or 25. So that wide range of cooling effect, there is no materials available. So that is the bottleneck. That's why this technology is still in the R&D level. It will take some time. Maybe if you have to come up with a new material.
How the strength of magnetic field is affecting the magnetic?
Affecting the
magnetic friction.
Magnetic friction, yeah. We need a very small field system, like 100 watts. You have a ball magnet in the lab, the liquid magnets are there. Even if you small apply magnetic field, 100 watts, it will change the dimension. But the changing dimensions are very small. Like you may not be able to see by eye because few micron changes will be there. So, but what is the use of that small changes? You may be asking the question. Now the changes are very less. Now you apply a magnetic field which is time varying magnetic field. Okay. So you apply a AC magnetic field. What happens? You apply a time varying magnetic field to a magnetic material. These changes are respect time is varying. So when the materials are vibrating, it produces a sound wave. So it can be used to produce a sonar wave. So you don't need a high field, even small field is enough.
Is there any chance to the material plant to plastic?
Not required. You know structural transformation is required. So it is materials are well maintained at room temperature. There is no change in the structure of material. So if you have enough activities enough. When it's changing, when the change takes place, it should have a suitable properties. It should not be very brittle. If it's very brittle, when changes takes place, the material will break down. That is the only thing.
What is the effect of this on the general signal problem? Over time, you use a lot of magnetic field.
Yes, yes.
So what will happen to our signals?
What happened to the?
Our natural signals now.
A natural signal basically when you see the shift and
They are dependent on electromagnetic waves now.
yes. Yeah. Normally, this interference of magnetic field and electromagnetic waves is not important to other things. But when you use in the aerosystem, the aerospace applications, using this magnetic materials, you have to be very careful. So in order to shield the magnetic material, you have to use magnetic shield material you have to use. There is one material called B metal. The B metal is the best material for magnetic shield. Even many electronic applications also they use magnetic shield material, which are basically a metal sheet made up of nickel and iron. So there is a interference can be avoided by using a magnetic shield.
Another thing is they're going to be using a lot of rare materials.
Yes.
So where is the scope?
Yeah, there is material which is not available. There is a scarcity in material. But if you look at the availability of rare material worldwide, India is the largest country. We have the largest deposit worldwide. It's the third largest country. So we have very large deposits of rare earth, and the ore which is used for the rare earths are monazite. India is having enough monazite ores are available. There is one the government PSU which is called IRA, Indian Rare Earth Limited. They are the responsible for the extraction of the rare earth, which is in the Bombay. So we have enough resource, the ore source are available in India. So see, only the magnets which is used for the electric vehicle. Now you may be aware that the electric vehicle is the future technology already. Tata Nexon already electric vehicle has come. So now we are moving towards electric vehicle, that electric engine. Each engine uses a permanent magnet, which is a rare earth magnet. Each engine uses 4 to 5 kg of magnet. Okay. So if you want to use 5 kg of material for one vehicle, it's a huge requirement of rare earth material. That's what he is asking. How you are going to meet that requirement of rare earth? Samaritan cobalt, they have the rare earth material. So that is the one new technology which is emerging up, and this magnet industry is going to come up in big way. And EMR is also has developed this rare earth magnets. Now we are going to transfer this magnet technology to the private industry. There are many industries that are going to come up. For medical students, we have a good job opportunities in the electric vehicle sectors, automobiles, and magnetic industries and motor making. There is a lot of the new projects are coming up under the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So there's a good possibility that you can get a job in your core area of material science. Material science.
Am I? Yes, I am. So I have one very old question. I mean, old thing. I have this question from very long. Every time we say magnetic domain,
yeah,
and then we show some one arrow,
yeah,
and then from space we draw one arrow we show.
yeah.
What is the physical size of that domain? Is it matching with the grain size?
Yes, it's below grain size. It's below grain size. See, for example, typically the grains are like it varies from 2 to 20 micron, in the order of micron size.
Yeah.
That's the typical grain size in a sinter.
Yeah.
The domains are in the order of submicron.
Submicron.
Submicron. So that is why if you take a grain, within a grain there will be many domains. The domain is a physical region, small region. Within that domain, all the atomic moments are in the same direction. This is called domain. Then the next domain, I will have different orientation. Between two domains is a domain boundary. Those are all these domains are typically in a magnetic iron or nickel or copper. The domains will be order of 300 nanometers. 300 nanometers.
300
nanometers. So 0.3 micron. That is the domain size. Whereas grains are in a few microns.
I know the lecture was fantastic. I was always a fan of your lecture. So this is
Your Professor Pani Raj is my good friend, and we have been working together in IIC Bangalore. So from IIC Bangalore, from our education, I know him. Then I went to US for the postdoc. From IIC I went to Stony Brook, the University of Texas, Austin. Okay. So after my PhD, I went to USA for UT Austin for postdoc for 2 years there. Then from Austin, I went to Stony Brook University, New York. Then finally, I came to DMR as a scientist. Then Professor Paniraj, we went to various places. Then finally, we are now in Hyderabad. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
It's been very interesting. One of the points I would like to mention, because most of the people are interested here, these are ordered quantified amounts. That's the major challenge. Number one.
Yeah.
Number two is when we talk about the grain size and domain.
Yeah.
Now the grain size are getting reduced in answer.
Yes. Yes.
Now what happened to domain size?
Yes. So what happened?
So
You take
lower than that, grain sizes are going to be using the penny.
That's why. The grains are, each grain is having many domains. Now when you reduce the domain, when you reduce the grain size, the number of domains in a grain is reducing. At particular grain size, your domain size and the grain size are same. It's called single domain particles. So those single domain nanoparticles are used for the many the hard disk recording applications, nanocomposite. It is having many applications.
Now you're going to pinning.
Pinning, that is in the hard magnet. Because of that pinning effect, that single domain will have a highest coherence speed. It's very difficult to rotate. And also it is having a coherent rotation. So it's having many applications when you are reaching the single domain particle size which are in the nano size. These nanocomposites are made of single domain particles. Yes. Retina, yes sir.
Nowadays, the applications are not in orthopedic and dental and manufacturing.
Yes sir.
You are told magnetic shape mineralized.
Yeah.
You should say
No, because the problem is the thermal shape memory works based on the change in temperature. You can body temperature can be changed, or you can put a small coil. You can heat it. You IR camera, IR light. You can use it. You can heat it, and you can change the temperature. Whereas here you can use it, but right now the magnetic field required to change the shape is very high. So right now the biomedical applications is still questionable. It is mostly used for actuator, linear actuator application. There you need a large stroke force and displacement. There this magnetic shape memories are important. Yeah. Yeah.
Over there is a software and hardware.
Soft magnet and hard magnet.
Soft magnet.
Hard, yes.
So just the driving is soft magnet or is it hard?
Ultimately, you want to make a hard magnet, hard composite, hard magnetic composite. See, in general, hard magnet having a large burst, wide tooth, but the high control is less. The saturation magnet is less. So we want a hard magnet, high saturation magnetism, so that it can deliver the more flux for making water.
So your main intention is to reach higher saturation.
The higher saturation magnetism with the higher burst for making a permanent magnet for water application. So that you can use a small magnet for making water.
Another question is, just now you told about the hard magnet using the your magnets.
Yeah.
So in all these materials, we are using the rarely available the rare. Now, the rare obviously when they are scarce and moreover the processing is not well established.
Yeah.
So in that situation, why we are looking for those rarer rather than can't we go with some low cost material like sodium is there.
Yeah.
But sodium probably will reduce the cost of the total hard magnet and still it can give the properties which are required for your batteries.
Yeah, but there is no alternative replacement for the rare. See, obviously you need a material which is having large magnetic moment.
Okay.
See, for a rare material is samarium and praseodymium, iron, nickel. So there are many unspaired electrons. If you look at the electronic shell, the 3D metals, iron, copper, there are many unpaired electrons which is contributing for the magnetic properties. So you need a metal which is having a more number of unpaired electrons. That will be the best material for magnetic application. So in the periodic table, if you look at the rare metal, which is having the large number of unpaired electrons, because the rare metal, 4 of cells are partially filled. The 4 of electrons can have a maximum of 14 electrons. So when the 4 of cell is partially filled, there will be 7 unpaired electrons. You can use the 7 more magnets. So that is why rare metals are a must for magnet. You cannot avoid the rarest. But there is a scarcity in there. But as of now, we have to develop with the rarest material for making a permanent magnet, which is used in our application. There is no other choice now. If somebody can discover some magnet without rare, that's going to change the
Because nowadays I have heard about the AMIs.
That is used for batteries.
Yeah.
That is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent lecture on magnetic materials. Now, we all shall break for lunch. We request all the students to assemble back in the seminar hall by 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
Students, 1 minute.
అలా హీ ట్రీట్మెంట్ దగ్గర తీసుకెళ్ళండి సార్ మీద తీసుకెళ్ళండి శాస్త్రి సార్
ఇప్పుడు ఆల్మోస్ట్ 5 కదా సో 1:45 మనం ఆల్రెడీ లేట్ యాజ్ పర్ షెడ్యూల్ 1:30 స్టార్ట్ చేయాలి ఓకే సో లంచ్ కొంచెం టైం పడుతుంది కాబట్టి మోస్ట్ డిఫికల్ట్ థింగ్ టు స్టార్ట్ నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ ఏంటి తెలుసా చెప్పండి I need an answer to this. Next session start and most difficult what ఏంటి కాదు మీరు ఇక్కడ రావడం always that is a difficulty speaker ready ఉన్నారు అందరూ రెడీగా ఉన్నారు క్లియర్ కట్టుకొని ఉంటారు I don't know this is okay so 1:45 అంటే by 1:40 start you have to be here support of the event and success of the event depends upon the participation of the students. Okay, so be here by 1:40 sharp. It's a request for all the students. Okay, Nana, come back by 1:40. Stay here. Thank you.
Please come here and sign on your attendance.
వెళ్ళి సార్కి లెక్చర్ చెప్పండి ఇది జగదీష్ ఇది మన డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఇది లాగు అసలు ఇది ఎక్కడ పెట్టినట్టు కట్నేది
హరీశ్వర్ చెప్పండి తీసుకెళ్ళి
ఏం సవాలండి
నాయక్ ఇది ముందు కట్టుకుని వెళ్ళి కొద్దిగా ఫోకస్ అయిపోయింది
అదే అన్ని
ముందు
తెగిపోతే పర్వాలేదా ఏం కనిపించట్లేదు
దూరం ఉంటుంది డైరెక్టరేట్ జరుగుతుంది. ఇంకా ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళండి కెమెరా ముందుకు ఇంకా తీసుకెళ్ళి చూడు ఎట్లా వస్తుంది. చూడు వస్తుంది చూడండి. ఓకేనా కిందికా వస్తుందా క్లియర్ కనిపిస్తుంది ఇక్కడ ఇది బట్
ఉండదు స్టార్ట్ అయితే ఆ ఎండ్ ఉండదు.
అది ఒకటి అది తీసుకుంటా
बोलता है सर
అది తీసుకో ఫైనల్ అది టేప్ డబుల్ సైడెడ్ టేప్ కానీ ఏదైనా ఫస్ట్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ గురించి స్పీచ్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ గురించి స్పీచెస్
లేదు సార్ అంటే ఫ్యాకల్టీ ఇంకా చేయాలి ఇంకా వర్క్ చేయాలి మనకట్లా మనకి యాక్చువల్ అయితే ఎంత ఎంత పెద్దగా అంటే ఆడిటోరియం ఎంత ఈజీగా ఇవ్వాలి సార్ అందులో రినోవేషన్ వచ్చింది మాకు ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్లో వాళ్ళ ఫౌండేషన్ డే ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఉన్నట్టు ఇచ్చారు ఇంక్యుబేటర్ క్లబ్ కానీ ఏం కాలేదు అనుకుంటున్నాను ఈవెంట్ ఏం కాలేదు కానీ ఇంక్యుబేటర్ క్లబ్ది వాళ్ళ ఫౌండేషన్ డే అని వచ్చింది పోస్ట్ ఆడిటోరియంలో ఉంటుంది దాని వైర్ కూడా వదిలే और बॉक्स लंच बॉक्स क्या खाएंगे फिर मुझे भूख लग रही
మీకు స్నాక్స్ చదువుతున్నారు కదా
ఏమో సార్ ఏమి ఇస్తున్నారు పొద్దున్న నుంచి ఏం లేదు వాటర్ తాగినట్టు పొద్దున వచ్చిన మళ్ళీ
సరే నేను చెప్తుండ్రు కాల్ చేస్తాను లాస్ట్ మూమెంట్లో ఏదైనా లైవ్ వస్తున్నాను సార్ సో ఎప్పుడైనా ఎవరైనా మాట్లాడుతున్నప్పుడు ఇట్లా రొటేట్ చేస్తే ఎక్కువ ఓకేనా సో ఇప్పుడు ఇలా తర్వాత అది స్టార్ట్ అవ్వగానే ఇలా ఓకేనా దానికి ఉంటుందా
పాయింట్ కరెక్ట్ ఇమేజ్
నేను తినొచ్చిన కొద్దిసేపు అయితే అది ఆఫ్ చేయండి ఛార్జింగ్ అయితే ఆఫ్ చేయండి ఓకే ఓకే
మాట్లాడనా
ఉంటే సార్ అన్నారు చేయాలి కదా చేయలేదా మొబైల్ ఎవరికి
అంటే
కార్యక్రమాలు సరిపోకపోతే వాడవాలి ఆ వాడాలి
ఎక్స్ట్రా ఉంది
అమ్మా ఏమైతే నాన్న థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ చాలా బాగా చేశారు ఏమో పిల్లలంతా కాస్త ఉపేందర్ వచ్చావా ఏంటి కంప్యూటర్ అసలు వచ్చినట్టు తెలియలేదు సౌండ్ లేదు ఏమైనా వస్తే అదే కావాలి అందుకే లోపల క్లాస్ అందరినీ రప్పించాల్సిన బాధ్యత మీరే ఉపేందర్ మొత్తం అందరూ రమ్మను టైం ఉంది టెక్నీషియన్ లోపల క్లాస్ మెసేజ్ పెట్టాము
షార్ట్ టైం అయినా చక్కగా చేశారు రైట్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ప్రతి పాయింట్ తీసుకోవాలి మీరు ఆన్సర్ ఎక్కడో ఇప్పుడు ఇన్విటేషన్ లో స్టార్ట్ లేదు తెలియదు సార్ తెలియదు
This will come and give. Let's read. Oh. Who sang the judgment? Judge, who sang the quotation to the water? Using not metal.
Yes.
Very good. Shishra. I don't know who knows. Ceramic बनाने का उसमें हमारा वही करता है Particularly, some of the students, the guys who come here,
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the post-constructional session. Now we have two lectures. We have with us Dr. Manish Patel, Scientist F, DMR, Hyderabad. Before I invite the speaker, I would like to request Nancy ma'am to introduce the speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Manish Patel, scientist E, ceramic and composite group GMRL. He has been serving GMRL since 2005 and he has pursued his PhD engineering in 2003 from BIT Sindri and Master of Technology in 2005 from ISC Bangalore. Further, PhD in 2014 from IIT Bangalore. He did his postdoctoral fellow at University of Colorado, Boulder, USA during 2014 and 15. His areas of research includes ceramic matrix composites, ultra high temperature ceramics and composites, high thermal conductivity materials, and armor ceramics and ceramic composites. He has published 20 journals to his credit and 2 DMRL technical books. Also, he has bagged DMRL Technology Group Award and DMRL Scientist Award in the year 2020. Now, I invite Dr. Manish Patel Garu to deliver his talk on ceramic matrix composites. Please.
Good afternoon. And also, I'd like to thank all organizers for giving the opportunity to deliver a talk on this seminar. So, whatever you have listened in the previous lecture is all about a functional material. What I am going to talk is a different material, which is a structural material. And more specific to the structural material, to the high temperature material, the material which is required to be operated at very high temperature. So the presentation, I will go through the application where these high temperature materials are required, and what is the high temperature different class of high temperature materials available to us, and then we will talk about ceramics. Silicon carbide is ceramic composite, which is one of the material which is going to replace all the metallic material which is currently used in the high temperature. And beyond the silicon carbide also having limitation. Then there is a ceramic which is recently lot of research happened recently. This is called ultra high temperature ceramics. And again, very recently, just 5 years back, people have started working on ultra high temperature ceramic composites. So I will go through all the topics one by one. So when we talk about high temperature materials, the question comes how high? If high, there is no definition high. How high? It depends upon the material which you talk about. If you talk about polymer, there is a high temperature for like 150 degree to 100 degree. If you talk about magnesium alloy, there is a limitation. Aluminum alloy having a limitation. For aluminum alloy, 300 degrees is also high temperature. So how high the temperature? Then for that we have to look at this diagram. You see that we are talking not below 1000 degree. Even the material which is going to be applied much higher temperature. Till 1000 degree, we have a lot of metallic material which can work. We have a steel, we have a titanium alloy, we have super alloys which can go up to 1000 degree, 1100 centigrade. But beyond that, not. So, and where these temperatures are required? So, one is the aero engines, or even your ground turbine, industrial turbine engines. There are a lot of components are there which experience very high temperature, and there you need a material which can work to very high temperature. And if you increase the temperature or working temperature, you will get to improve the efficiency. So these developments are material dependent. If you have material, high temperature material, you can develop better turbine, better aero engines. Then you recently must have heard about the hypersonic vehicle. Recently, the buzzword in the aerospace industry to develop hypersonic engines, hypersonic vehicles, both for astonishing even the civil application, and their temperature requirement is much higher than what was the temperature required for the aero engine. So we are targeting about these kind of application, what the materials are available, and how to develop new materials. So first we will start with aero engine. You know that combustion and the exhaust sections always experience very high temperature. And if you see that the recent usage of the material in the base of superalloys, which already were used at the melting point, very close to the melting point. And with the application of some thermal air coating or internal cooling of the component, people are reached to a maximum temperature which is around 1100 to 1200 centigrade. You cannot use this material now beyond this temperature. And if you are able to increase the temperature, you have to choose a new material. And that's why this silicon-based CMC has come to the deep way now. And even in the real application, people are started using this. And slowly, in maybe next 10 years, you will find that the superalloy has minimum use in the engines, which is now mostly used in superalloys, which will be replaced by the silicon-based CMCs. And then again, some people are talking about some other material which will be futuristic. So, if you are talking about silicon-based CMCs, what is CMCs there? So, if you see the benchmark of linear superalloy which currently used, it having a usual temperature of something around 1100 centigrade. Beyond that, the creep strength or temperature strength is drastically reduced. And then this silicon carbide based ceramic material has come, which having much higher temperature capability, and which can improve your air efficiency to a large extent. Not only that, these ceramics having very lightweight compared to the superalloys, almost 1/3 of the superalloys. The second application which is now required high temperature material is the super hypersonic. There are two types of hypersonic vehicle. One is called light vehicle, one is called air cruise vehicle. These applications require very high temperature. If you see depend upon the speed of your hypersonic, V15 is called hypersonic. The temperature requirement, and if you see here, the temperature requirement, what people are predicted, is much higher than the material, any material which existing on the earth, their melting point. It's usually the melting point of the material. So right now the highest melting point is called aluminum carbide, which is close to 4000 centigrade. The expected temperature is much higher than that. If you increase the velocity of your vehicle, as well as you make the components so sharp, because these vehicles are getting developed to improve the performance, you have to make very sharp. All the area is very sharp. So therefore the temperature requirement is very high. And again, a space station also requires high temperature material. This is you see the history of development of different kind of class of material which is used for the space mission for various thermal protection places. When we this high temperature requirement, what kind of high temperature required and where the application. Now we will go through what are the options which are available with us to use this high temperature material. So this is beautifully designed diagram for the choosing of the height of the material. As I said, superalloy is the benchmark right now used for the height of the material in the metallic section. If you going beyond the superalloy, you have some refractory metals and alloys which can have capability to high temperature, but the density is very high. So you are going to be very, especially for strength is very good because there is a problem of density. Whereas other choice of material is all ceramic. There is no other option available except the ceramics. In that we have a different class. We will go through the detail. Now, beyond the 2500, you have again separate class of material which is emerged in the last 10 years of research. This one ultra high ceramics and ultra high ceramics composite. So, in terms of ceramics, when we talk about ceramics, the history of ceramics development for high temperature started with development of silicon carbide or silicon nitride the ceramics, silicon-based ceramics. The reason is that the silicon carbide and silicon nitride is non-oxide ceramic, When you use it, it will oxidize. It will form an oxide of silica. And silica is known to be the highest oxygen protective. The oxygen diffusion in the silica is the lowest in the known materials. That's why these materials are considered to be used for the high temperature application. Silicon nitride is chosen over the silicon carbide because it's formed two phase, and inherently it produces a composite. Composite of itself. The beta phase is also form a elongated kind of ray, and alpha phase is the kind of particles. However, even the people are you see the literature in 1970, lot of research happened, lot of funding was given to develop this material for the replacement of superalloy. However, not succeeded because even you get able to improve the fracture toughness to some extent, you are not able to improve the mode of fracture. It will remain as a ceramic. It's called brittle fracture. They are not going to be make a ductile fracture or non-linear behavior. So it's a linear fracture or catastrophic failure happening. So there is no reliability of this material to use it. And it will remain there till it develops the silicon carbide fibers. So you need to have this kind of material which can give the damage tolerance. These graphs show that they have no damage tolerance. Once here critical crack is achieved, you are just instantly very fracture. So there is no reliability. So you have to have this kind of fracture where you can have non-linear behavior or graceful failure. It will time take to fail. So you have the time. And this is only possible by designing called ceramic composite that also is called continuous fiber reinforced composite because it is sticks fracture toughness improves with the reinforcement with the solid fiber, viscous or particulate. It will improve technically in terms of numbers, but it will not going to give you damage tolerance. There is a big paper came in a long back in the 60s called ceramic steel. And that time there was a lot of fascination on the technician, okay, we have developed a ceramic having a steel like property, high fracture toughness. But still now, they are having remained a ceramic because of the damage tolerance. They are not having damage tolerance. There is improvement in the toughness, but not that large extent which can give you a material which can be used for the real component. And this is only possible to develop the continuous fiber reinforced composite. And then you see the continuous fiber composite, the thermal surface resistance is improved to a large extent compared to the metallic material, and then able to use. And that is the reason now this continuous fiber composite getting used in the big way in the structure. So how this ceramic converted into damage tolerant ceramic is by the two methods. One is called beam interface. You will create the interface between the fiber. So both are ceramic. Matrix also ceramic, fiber also ceramic. So you have to create a beam interface by applying a beam interface on the fiber, and then you make a composite. Or you just make the matrix big so that the crack can propagate and is not able to fracture the fibers within the cell. So these are very developed mechanics of this. A lot of literature are available to know how this can happen. I am not going to talk about in detail. So what I am going to talk about, I will talk about is this ceramic composite. So there is a now high temperature ceramic, there are two types. One is called oxide ceramics, CMC. Other is called silicon carbide based or non-oxide ceramic composite. So here also the application depend upon the time, because once there is this CMC is based on two fiber. One is oxide fiber or non-oxide fiber. Non-oxide fiber either silicon carbide or carbon. Whenever you have carbon, there is a problem of oxidation. So it can be used only for short duration, like in recycling. Now a lot of components are recycling made from carbon composite or carbon steel composite. Or because of this size application, the real time interaction with the environment is very few seconds, so you are able to use this kind of material. But when you are looking for long time application, then you have a silicon silicon composite or oxide composites. So now I focus mostly on silicon carbide ceramic composite. So the composites what we have is a continuous fiber, reinforced and ceramic composite. In this category, we have carbon fiber reinforced carbon composite and single carbon fiber reinforced composite. So if you see the microstructure, what we find that the fiber, which is of dimension of 6 to 10 micron size, and then you have I talk about the interface, which is called deep interface, which is a given deep interface of something around 100 nanometer, and then you generate the matrix. So if you see the phase analysis of the top position, you have this three, and the force is the always contained in this kind of material as a processing defects. You cannot eliminate to 100%. You have to have the force, and this is good also. This will also give you the help in the fractal mechanics. So the force will depend upon what kind of processing methodology you use. This is for carbon fiber reinforced composite. You have carbon fiber, you have interface, and then you have matrix. And this is large amount of this is made by the chemical vapor implementation. You have this force, large force size there. So now we will talk about this microstructure. It's not very easy, but it's very complex. Complex in the sense that you will say this composition more or less everything is fixed. Really here, if you say the carbon composite, you cannot fix, you cannot compare with any literature value because large variety is available in this. Like when you talk about, let's take for example carbon composite, you have carbon fiber. Now variety of carbon fibers are there. Low modulus, high modulus, low strength, high strength. So one has to specify which kind of carbon fiber to use. In the low modulus also there are various varieties are there. Then this fiber has to be used in the form of BD, either non-oven or oven, either flame oven, sudden oven, will oven, bread or what kind of fabric are you use. So you start from fiber to composite, the complexity increases. And then using these two, you can make different form 1D, 2D, 2.5D, 3D, even go higher number of dimensions if you want. So very large complexity is there, and then the processing variables are different. There are these 4 different techniques are used generally to make this kind of composite. So if you see the variability they use, so one to one comparing the literature value of any of these material properties is not a straightforward. One has to consider this kind of variability, then one you can say my material is comparable to this kind of material. It's not easy. So industry carbon fiber, the variety of carbon fibers are available. It depends upon what kind of polymer is used to make the fibers, and they more or less depend upon their processing temperature. So large bases are there, similar to silicon carbide fibers. Different generations of silicon carbide are available. If you see the silicon carbide first generation, you get large silicon carbide. Those fibers are not stable to beyond a certain temperature, even 800 degrees centigrade. So now we have developed third generation, is very close to the silicon carbide asymmetric composition, and those are stable to very high temperature. So selecting the right composition, right fiber also is important for this kind of materials. And then as I told, we have large variation in making this kind of fiber. Converting the fiber into fabric, like our cloths are made by different fabric, different type of weavings. So similar weaving, one has to select. So this selection is based on the component basis, not the material basis. What kind of component is there? What kind of weaving is required to get the right property for the component? So accordingly, we have to choose the. So this is completely textile engineering. And then we have different processing techniques, like it's called chemical vapor implementation. The French, they are very fond of this, and they have a huge company they run. Because Sigma, which does chemical vapor implementation, large size component, they can go over 2 meter, 3 meter kind of size of chemical vapor implementation and make direct component out of that. So that you will make a fiber structure using those fiber and fabric, and then stitch them to make 2D, 3D, whatever required for the component. Then go for the coating, and then silicon carbide matrix. We use this kind of liquid which can be gasifies and take it to the reactor which decomposes and forms silicon carbide. So there again it's not processing is research to how to control the composition, how to have like unit glass size, how to build reactors, all these are there. Other technique is your reactive pressure filtration. So here we use gas as a reactants where the liquids are used and it will react with the carbon available in the initial preform, which is a carbon composite, you convert it to silicon carbide. And this process conducting the some amount of silicon is not good for the high temperature application. Then again for polymer infiltration, we infiltrate that there is a lot of polymers are available. This is called polymer derived ceramics. Which polymer which can be converted to ceramic by doing the pyrolysis, and those are also used to make this kind of composites. But it is a lengthy process. We have to do like many times numbers of cycle repetition to get good amount of densification. And there is called slurry infiltration. This is a very old technique. We use the ceramic powder and make slurry and infiltrate with the fabric and then go with the conventional ceramic processing route like hot pressing or hot shell pressing and then get the composite. Here the infiltration is more important. You have various techniques to infiltrate this and get the material. So I'm talking about this. When I talk about the silicon carbon composite, where we have silicon carbon fiber and silicon carbon matrix composite, you can see that their modulus is remain stable to up to 1400 centigrade. Even beyond that, their strength also retained to their high temperature. So there is no degradation of the strength of this value. That's why its materials are very useful. And now we can see the air engines. These components also are already used in the lead engine of the G, and these are the components which is already in the pipeline of various system testing by GE as NEMA in France and the NASA. They are also for the military aircraft. They are going to change all kind of components which is right now used for the real supervisor getting replaced by this silicon carbon composites. As I told you, carbon having issue with the oxidation, there is more bonding in the hypersonic application. And here you will see the property is opposite. Generally, we know that the strength and minor over degrade the temperature, where this the strength and modulus will increase with the temperature. So there is no issue with the material property at high temperature. The only problem is the oxidation. The other image is alright. The reason is this that I told there is a lot of holes and cracks are there in the composite, which is due to the CD which got into carbon fiber silicon carbide. When we heat it, this micro cracks get reduced. The size of the micro crack reduces due to the release of the residual stresses, and then you are able to get very high strength compared to the other room temperature. And you see that carbon composite process by different technique by CBI and liquid polymer or liquid silicon filtration, you get variety of material property. So one-to-one comparison is very difficult to do. And then you see in the hypersonic conditions, a lot of applications are now people are doing. At DMR also we are making this carbon silicon composite for the hypersonic application. So now we talk about all good about silicon carbide based composite. The only problem is that when we are using this composite for high temperature application, this silicon carbide oxidize and forms silica. And why I told previously also silica is having lowest oxygen diffusivity compared to other oxides that we have available. And that's why silicon carbide, silicon nitride is considered for the high temperature application. But the silica having a limitation, it melts at this temperature. So you cannot use, certainly you cannot use beyond this, even before that. Second is that this silicon carbide at high temperature and reduced partial pressure of oxygen, they go for transition from the acid to active oxidation. The silica which we talk about is a stable material which reacts with again silicon carbide forms silicon monoxide, and you having no silica present on the surface, and there is no protection basically. And therefore, these silicon carbide materials cannot be used more than 1600 centigrade, or even you will talk about 1500 centigrade. So, Beyond that, beyond 600 degree, you need a material, particularly for hypersonic. If you see the last area communication of high temperature, you will find n number of communication of these materials. Because this is the material which is now considered beyond physical carbide. And this is mostly for hypersonic, because hypersonic when you travel at a high speed, particularly of the nose cap or the heading edges, this high heat flux comes and the surface temperature is very high temperature. To manage this kind of high heat flux or high thermal management, you have to have material which has high melting temperature, high thermal conductivity, high strength to retain at high temperature, as well as high oxidation resistance. So if you choose the material, the first criteria is the high melting point, right? If you just plot the melting point by the consistency, you will find that a material is now defined in the literature is having a melting point more than 3000 is called ultra high temperature materials. So you will find very few materials are there which is available for the ultra high temperature application. There is few metallic material and some other ceramic materials. Problem with metallic material is that these materials oxidations are very poor. They do not have a good oxidation resistance. Because of very of use, so this section of material is considered, and in fact this also is for the ultra high temperature. But we have to consider the melting point of oxides also. Because we are considering application temperature of something on 2000 centigrade. For example, hafnium and tantalum carbide having similar melting point or highest known melting point available right now with us. If you use tantalum carbide, we found tantalum pentoxide melting point is below 2000 centigrade, and hafnium carbide from hafnium side having higher melting point. You can see this. This is tested at 2000 centigrade for a few seconds. This tantalum oxide, the state had degraded because of this melting point of the oxide, and it is just melted and is fallen off. When this hafnium carbide retains the same. So melting point of material as well as their oxide counterpart is very important to selecting the ultra high temperature material. Similarly, we see this. So if we see that based on that zirconium or hafnium based carbide borides are more important for the application. But if you see their strength under high temperature, people have measured now the strength at 2300 centigrade. And they found that still be having a good amount of strength at those temperatures. Right now, metallic material is talking about 1000 degree or 1200 maximum. We are talking about almost 2 times the melting point of the metallic material application temperature, and good amount of strength are available. Even we have done a lot of work on this, and you see that even you do either after 5 hours of oxidation also of the material, you will be retaining very high strength. We are not degrading material to a large extent. So another important that as we see here, the carbides and chlorides are available both. It can have a high melting point and their oxide also. But what happens is that the thermal conductivity of borides are much higher than the carbides, and that's why borides are more important for this kind of application. And if you see the literature in the last 50 years, you will find most of the work on the borides for this kind of application. And the good thing that these materials have retained their thermal conductivity to be high up to 15%. They are not very much because of that there is the thermal transport is mainly dependent upon the electrons of this material. So electronic component of the thermal conductivity is there. Generally we know the ceramics are phonon based conductivity, where these materials having electrical conduction. So you can easily say by that all the electron machining what we do for metallic material, it can be used for the shaping of this material, and the thermal conductivity can be retained to a high temperature. And the oxidation. I know the oxidation also important. And so this material non-oxides we oxidize and derivative, for example, from derivative to B2O3, but B2O3 volatile, it will go beyond certain temperature, you will not have it for us a structure, and then they go to the oxidation resistance. And that's why we see that critical, the silicon carbide is identified for amount 8 to 20%. Why? Because it's from a layered structure on the oxide scale, and then it will better oxygen production compared to the pure ceramic. And you can see that it forms 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. These are the schematic diagram where is the real microstructure. We are having a silicon rich top layer, borosilicate layer. Then having a gelato silicon layer, there is a silicon carbide or depletion layer, and then having microstructure layer. And it is the oxidation will be improved with respect to the addition of silicon carbide. So, what we talk about that the ultra high temperature ceramic materials are good and having a lot of potential for using in high temperature, but again there is limitation. And if you see that in the last 50 years of research in the ceramic, you will find any number of conditions of this because of lot of amount of work has happened. The problem is that, as I said, in the silicon nitride also, it is having a toughness, but the thermal so thermal stabilization as well as cutting toughness is remain low, and material again we have as a brittle behavior. So again there is a limitation, cannot be used for a larger structure, and therefore now people once you people this materials people now understood that this material having potential now can be converted into the ceramic matrix composite using ultra high temperature ceramic as a matrix. Similar to the silicon carbide, which we have talked about earlier. So, can we replace silicon carbide with ultra high temperature? And this is the new class of material. So, what we get? We have ultra high temperature ceramics and having ceramic composite. Can we merge their property and get the ultra high temperature composite? And if you see the new class of material, existing type of publication is very recent publication. So this is summarized by some of the Air Force in USA. They found that in 19 onwards, a large amount of publications started coming. So still, it's very new. There are a lot of challenges out there. Techniques are not developed for processing. Like chemical paper, I talk about physical cover, not a developed for this material. So a large good for a chemistry is a good opportunity. Somebody want to develop a chemical paper implementation technique or a process for the developing of any of these ultra high temperature ceramic material is a very welcome step. Anybody can venture in this kind of research. Or reactive manipulation, people have the similar to silicon carbide, people have done, but mostly for the carbides. Polymer integration also they later work. Now there allow people who are working on silicon carbide based polymer device ceramic. Now they are shifted toward the ultra high temperature ceramic matrix composite using the PIP. So Germans are very strong in this field. They are started working towards that. So recently, whatever we work is done in this publication is based on the ceramic group, which is based on the ceramic filtration followed by the pressure filtration. Or people using the combined group to use either this technique and then CBI or PIP for silicon carbide can be introduced and make the material. So at DMR we are also working on this, and we started with the this called ceramic filtration followed by simply. So start with the carbon cloth, then we do the filtration, we do dry and go for the pressure justification within hot pressure. And the hot pressure conditions are very high. We require almost 2000 centigrade for the justification of this material. And this is based on the previous our expertise in the hot pressing of zero to base ultra ceramic. We established the process condition for this. Where we get the we will establish the mechanism for justification of this kind of material for different by putting the hot pressure, different temperature and pressure. We can able to establish. And based on that we are using this kind of conditions for making this composite. The important is that selection of fabric, because if filtration are dependent upon both the permeability based on the force available in the fiber and the viscosity of the ceramic. So these are the we are using because our fabric which is available in the country is not in large variation. we have few options. So currently we are using either egg harvest and breed growth, or we are using non-oil fabric. And I said then you can see we have to reduce, since we have to reduce the infiltrate this kind of fine pores, we need to reduce, so we do a lot of ball milling to reduce the particles of the diamide to make the very fine. And then we make slowly we get this thing and we see that infiltration. Right? You can see infiltrate from the top to bottom. It is done by the simple hand layer process. You just apply like brush pen and you can see the slowly getting infiltrated and the carbon fiber getting the matrix buildup. So you can make the carbon composites. The white is carbon and the black is carbon fiber. And this is the carbon fiber and the matrix are the So as soon as there are a lot of opportunities that because it's fully infiltrated not possible, there are a lot of uninfiltrated areas are there. Some macro are also formed because of not symmetry between the fiber and the matrix. But able to achieve good amount of strength. And if you compare the available literature of these, our results are very comparable to those which made on the UD fiber. And then, as we told you, the non-bitter behavior comes with a weak interface or weak matrix interface, a weak matrix composite. This composite fall into this two region, and we are getting a non, as we see here, we are getting non-bitter behavior. It's not actually instructively. And you can see this, how this non-bitter is done. The current is not a straightforward directly passing with that. Adding this, there is diffraction, there is a delaminations are happening and getting the non-bitter behavior. Okay. And then we also process through the pressure sintering and able to develop some kind of composites. Okay. So these are the class of material which is we are talking about from the high temperature beyond the superalloy. Whatever we talk, I maybe here is considering the material beyond the superalloy. What are the options that are available with us? Okay, thank you. Any questions you have? I will try to explain.
So if this alloy is compared to other temperature alloys, what are the similarities?
No, whatever I talk about ultra high temperature is beyond 1500, right? So till 1100 centigrade we have superalloys, all metallic materials. You cannot compare any metallic material with respect to ultra high temperature ceramic because there is no, it cannot burn over that temperature, right? Like ultra high temperature you can see for 2000 application. No metallic material can work. One thing is that we have some refractory metals. This can be having capacity to work at those temperatures, but they are very heavy. Their density is almost 3 times more than these ceramics. So it cannot be used for those temperatures.
My question is properties compared to other high temperature.
No, that's why high temperature. If you see the property here, yeah. See, no metallic material can be tested on this temperature, right? They will not, they will melt. There is no material at all, metallic material for those temperature. There is 2300, no metallic material can work, right? Material is not tested. How we compare the property? There is no metallic material for those temperature. Where you can have 200 megapascal strength at 2300 centigrade of this ceramics.
Why you not use
instead of Platinum. No, I don't know if platinum also has high melting point, but if you see oxide, their oxide melting temperature is low compared to hafnium oxide, right? So easily is down low. If you use platinum carbide, it will oxidize and their oxide will melt at high temperature. And you cannot use this. You have to use this. Sir, we have oxidation reduce the other elements we have. But we need to for high temperature purposes, sir. Yeah, for comparing to hafnium, we have platinum is a high temperature compared to. No, that's why hafnium oxide is having melting point lower than hafnium oxide, right? This platinum oxide melts at something around, let's say, 1900 centigrade. You cannot use to 2000 centigrade, right? It will melt, that's why sorry, it will melt and it will come out. When hafnium carbide is used, even oxidized, your shape will not change. In aerospace, your structure has to be maintained. To maintain the your like a aero structure, if your shape is changing, your flight your bending will fall, right? You will not having a aero drag or whatever the required. Your shape will change. You cannot use this material, right?
How do you process these materials?
So these materials are processed by the water metallurgy technique. Water metallurgy technique. Otherwise, pressure engineering or hot pressing.
Hot press the material at 2000 degrees centigrade. What will you use?
We have hot press which can go up to 2400. This is all made from graphite.
And then for pressing and all that.
All component of the inside are made of graphite. So you have to use graphite only for this high temperature. We have a facility, our yes, which can go up to 2400.
So, is there new facility? In a new facility of
Hot press.
infiltration. In a new infiltration facility, right? Rapid infiltration.
Which is CDI. Yeah, we have available.
So, can we do this required active gas treatment also in that? Or
Right now, it is not developed. The technology itself is not known. Which gas are used, what temperature you have to do. There is a few work done by here and there in the world. India, far from there, we don't know precursor itself, what precursor used for the hafnium. There is no way hafnium tetrachloride can use, but people have to develop the process technology. How, what temperature you heat to get the vapor, how to take the vapor in the reactor, what temperature it will decompose. All kind of research has to be done. Knowledge established. Then a few NASA has tried with some company to develop this kind of technology, but not mobile literature.
so how many of these either carbon fiber reinforced concrete, not fiber-based, cement-based companies will exist in
India, no company. India, no company there.
not cement-based companies, right?
Yeah, no. Only DMRL and NA Bangalore is right now working on those technology. Some banks started about the BSSC. They are also developing some companies. They have a reactor now. So all government funded agencies only are doing because it requires huge investment in this. So mostly all BRC also they are working towards similar technology for their reactors. And ISRO as well as DRDO are working towards the big carbon composite for hydrospheric capabilities.
Thank you, sir, for excellent lecture on microwave ceramics and ceramic matrix composites. I now request Dr. Vijalakshmi Ma'am, Faculty, MMA Department, to present a bouquet to the speaker. Faculty and speakers, please proceed for a debate. I request all the students to be seated. As there is a one more lecture, refreshments will be served after the lecture. Thank you. Faculty and speakers, please proceed for a debate. We have with us Dr. Ramakrishna, Scientist G, AMCI Hyderabad. Before I invite the speaker, I would like to invite Nancy Ma'am to introduce about the speaker.
It's my privilege to introduce Dr. N. Ramakrishna Garu. Dr. N. Ramakrishna Garu has received his Metallurgical Engineering degree from NIT Colorado, MTech from IIT Kanpur, and PhD from JUH. He joined Surface Engineering Division of International Advanced Research Center for Polymetallurgy and New Materials (ASCA) in the year 1999. Currently, he is working as Scientist G, Center for Engineering Coatings, and Chairman of Aerospace Working Group at ASCA. Dr. N. Ramakrishna Garu has conceptualized and executed numerous industrial projects. There are many, more than 10, and now it's more than 2 to 3 crores projects have been executed at the level of main project investigators and co-PI. As we are short of time, I mentioned a few. Development of eco-friendly micro-arc oxidation coatings for aerospace applications, Boeing USA, in the year 2003 to 2018, worth US $220,000. Another project that has been conceptualized, I'm not mentioning all, just that with lack of time, I'm mentioning a few. Development of erosion resistant coatings for MI-17 helicopter compressor blades, Chandigarh, in the year 2016 to 19, worth rupees 1 crore 2 lakhs. And recently, development of thermal barrier coatings on high pressure turbine blades and vanes of aero engine nearby Hyderabad in the year 1830, rupees 1 crore 70 lakhs, etc. There are many. Now, not taking all. Also to his credit, he has 11 international patents. In addition to application and technology-driven research and development resulting in numerous products developed, technology transferred and implemented that lead to substantial revenue generation. Also, there are many technological developments by scientist Ramakrishna Garu. I also again mention a few among them. The funding agencies like this. SMS coating technology has funded 35 lakhs in transparent design and development of MAO industry scale system. Also from Mysore, All Codes has funded 35 lakhs rupees in technology transfer of design and development of MAO industry scale system in 2 meters long reaction chamber. Also, Alkriti Chennai has funded rupees 45 lakhs for the technology transfer for designing and development of continuous coding deposition systems. Many are there, but not naming all. Also, has contributed 70 plus scientific articles and 6 invited book chapters published in international journals. He fetched nearly 2,500 citations with H-index of 24 and I-10 index of 38, guided 4 doctoral and 4 master's thesis works created, and delivered more than 100 lectures at various national and international forums. In recognition of his impactful research, he has also conferred Thomson's highly cited author award by Web of Science, Singapore. Dr. A. Ramakrishna, his academic contribution to the field of research has also been recognized by several leading international journals through his selection as an outstanding reviewer. He has been serving the international scientific community as an editor of journals, namely Transactions of Indian Institute of Metals, Journal of Material Science and Surface Engineering, and Journal of Thermal Spray and Engineering. In recognition of the outstanding contributions of Dr. N. Ramakrishna to the broader interdisciplinary fields of surface engineering, tribology, and corrosion, which in turn aided ASCI to achieve national and international recognitions as a unique center of excellency in the field. And he has bagged many awards, named a few: Young Engineer Award of Indian National Academy of Engineering, Workers Fellowship, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Also has been a research faculty of Material Science and Engineering in Northwestern University, Illinois, USA during year 2008 to 2009. He also won silver medal at ICMCEF San Diego, USA. In addition, he has been a part of the Indian designation at the Indo-US flagship Frontiers of Engineering Symposium, Washington, D.C., USA. Finally, he has been a fellow and a secretary of many professional society bodies. With all these credentials, I take privilege in inviting Dr. N. Ramakrishna to deliver his talk on heterogeneous microstructures and their application. Please.
Hi, good afternoon. Good to see a lot of young faces. How many of you have seen RCA or visited RCA? I can see very few hands. It's a wonderful place. You will really feel proud to be a metallurgist associated with metallurgy facilities. Our doors are always open for the youngsters. Be it second, third, final year students can always come. Just drop in an email to your HOD and then we'll provide the permission and make necessary arrangements. So in line with the theme of this today's conference or seminar, I just wanted to provide a glimpse of. I will not go deep into the science. I will mostly touch upon the engineering aspects, where I will be touching heterogeneous microstructures and applications.
So I'll be focusing on processing of the microstructures and then their applications. So I can speak a lot about a lot of science because I have lots of papers published. But the thing is, as a student, you should understand science without application and application without science has not much relevance in the current world. So after every processing the technology, I'll show you the properties and applications. But in this current context, what I will be highlighting is heterogeneity in the microstructures. Say in this room we have equally spaced fans, right? Suppose imagine if one is missing, you don't want to sit there, right? So you want homogeneity in the line. You don't want some of the rice in your cooker or bowl wanted to be undercooked and something is overcooked, right? So you want homogeneity. So in the classroom, whatever the subjects we teach, whether mechanical metallurgy or physical metallurgy, we always look at homogeneity in the microstructures and properties. Why? Because direction doesn't matter. It can be used in any shape or any size or any geometry. But the thing is, in the real world, there are many instances where you want heterogeneity. So I'll be highlighting a lot of heterogeneous processing, heterogeneous microstructures. For example, if you look at heterogeneous microstructures are not very new. If you have a forging, you know the directional elongation where it gives a lot of different properties in different directions, where you want it intentionally. And similarly, if you want some of the cold rolled products will have directional properties, and so on and so forth. And if you look at the case carburized kind of surface heat treatments, where you will have a gradient in elemental composition across the layers, it will form different phases. It has a purpose. So I'll show you a wide range of bunch of microstructures and processing techniques, which probably no textbook at this stage will show you. So I will not stuck anywhere because I have a lot many things to show you and share a little. Because in this 1 hour or 45 minutes, I cannot share everything to you. So I would like to show everything to you, whatever possible, and briefly present what's going on. So, because many of you have not seen ARC's a lush green campus spread across more than 100 acres. It's about 55 minutes from here, and we have close to 400, 500 people working in all the capacities, including project staff and all that. But more importantly, you can feel the campus is as vibrant as MGIT. There will be 100 plus students working across different time scales and length scales, pursuing their PhDs mostly, and some of them are project scientists. So it's a very unique place where, as I mentioned before, science without application and application without science has much less technical relevance in the present day world. So we are at ARC always try to link the science with application and see if we can offer new properties, new performances to solve the industrial issues. I'm sure as a presentation progresses, you will be able to appreciate and understand what I'm trying to say. So, ARC questions, these are the thrust areas. I will not read out in the interest of time. And these are the application segments. These are the sectors to which we work very carefully, very selectively, using all these fields of expertise. And for example, I'm heading the Center for Engineering Coatings, and I'm also the chairman of the aerospace working group at my institute. So now, if we go back and Google up what is homogeneous microstructure, what is heterogeneous microstructure, you can see this kind of slide. So where homogeneous mixture, these are the examples. Essentially, in most of the cases, you can't separate the sugar added to the tea or salt to the water. Although in the case of blood, you can differentiate the plasma and red blood cells, but still they are homogeneously distributed. So here I will be looking for the examples of heterogeneously distributed structures and why and how they are interesting. So these are the heterogeneous structures, like where you can see the phases, like solid and liquid phase in this case,
and two liquids with very different chemical properties in the last case can be identifiable and distinguishable separately. So, and if you look at heterogeneity, it can be defined in many senses, in many ways, by many people across the globe, depending on their professional expertise. But what I'm trying to say is these kind of definitions are not enough for me to methodologically explain what do I mean by heterogeneity. So I'll spend a little time. So what I mean by heterogeneity in my case is it should have essential elemental composition across the length scales of the volume under consideration. I want something to be different, or I will present only when something is different in terms of elemental composition, or equivalently phase gradients across. I'll show you the examples where phases are different from place to place, from the interior to exterior or interface to surface. So I will also provide you a glimpse of composites and ceramics and functionally graded ceramics, where my previous speaker has shown you very interesting talk on Hyderabad ceramics. But in this case, I'll be focusing at mostly heterogeneous microstructures and how they are important. Or it can be composition modulated or layered materials, and I'll show you the examples. I'll show you examples of all these cases where processing to properties to applications. It can be as simple as variation in grain size. So far you come across with a given material, I claim it is nanoscale, nano-sized grains, or micro or macro or single crystal. But you don't see, often you don't come across it. A part of it is nano, a part of it is micro and macro. So I'll show you all such examples. And it can be even varied defect concentrations. For any designer or a metallurgist or an engineer, we don't want defects. We want it to be perfect. Although we know we are internally marginally defective, but we are comfortable with that. We want all the materials to be defect-free. But in this case, most of the defects are intentionally introduced or derived defects. Doesn't matter that, doesn't mean that defect is coming and therefore I work with it. I wanted to introduce defects for a specific purpose. So I'll show you an example for that. And as I mentioned, distinct surface to interior are physical or mechanical properties. I'll show you that. And it can be as good as tailored reciprocity magnitudes and directions from the surface to interior, and what kind of benefits we need. So now the question is, one of you can ask, why do I need to care about heterogeneous microstructures? I'm happy with whatever my textbooks, average or writer are talking about. So I don't need to know about heterogeneous. So in the real world, if we look at just global MRO business, MRO is maintenance, repair and overhaul industry of aerospace, which is about 100 billion. You know, 1,000 million is billion, not 100 million. 1,000 million is billion. It's a 100 billion mark by 2025. It is right now at 93, 94 level. And it is going to reach 125 billion mark by 2032. It's a huge money. And then Asia Pacific region, interestingly, it's a good news to most of the metallurgical and mechanical engineers, because Asia Pacific region contributes to 1/3 of the global MRO business. And in India, we have about a dozen MROs which are working on mainly on line and airframe maintenance, not on component engine maintenance. Where you can see engine maintenance dark blue, that offers, that takes about 50% of the chain. So we need a different technologies, we need different manpower to drop into the aerospace engine MROs, which I'm sure within the next 5 to 7 years there will be a big investment in India. We have already started. Recently, Lockheed Martin announced about 125 billion industry expansion within India. So there is a lot to do with aerospace with the near future. So what I'm trying to say, out of this dark green boxes, roughly about 50% are close to heterogeneous microstructures. So we need to learn because of the commercial need and the relation to the metallurgy.
I will not get into the details, but there are a lot of people working. And I, being the chairman of aerospace working group at my institute, I am in touch with most of the industries, most of the institutes, including EMR, where my previous sector belongs to. And we exchange in a way that we don't duplicate, but we strengthen each other. And now, repair appears to be cheaper, I mean, because we have seen a second shop repairing a small part. But in this case, just remember we are talking about billion-dollar industry, and most of the time we certainly hundreds of millions-dollar industry across the world. The repair is very attractive because the repair cost of stated housing, for example, just one part are going to 7 is this red one is replacement cost and the green one is repair cost. So it's everybody's interest. You don't want to spend 30,000-40,000 rupees to fly to Delhi, right? You want it to be cheaper as much as possible, something like 5,000. So repair, whether going around is about to affect all of our lives. So we need successful repair technologies. And for that, to tailor the heterogeneous microstructures, I have chosen a wide range of surface engineering technologies, where I cannot dwell upon the processing fundamentals to what it is. So I will try to crisply present in one or two sentences max what the technology is all about and what it gives us in terms of heterogeneity all the time. So if you look at deterministic coding, you know when you fire a bullet, it will hit the target, right? When it hits, it has two options. It can penetrate the target or hit and then deform on the surface if the substrate is strong enough, hard enough, and it can take the load with it, and then it deforms on the surface. Imagine a situation where your bullet is just a micro-sized particle. And imagine a situation where thousands of such bullets are fired at a time. With the same explosion, as you can see here, there is explosion. Miniaturized millions of bullets are fired at a time and continuously. That's what is nothing but thermal spread. So it offers several unique properties as mentioned here. I will not get into the details, but the thing is, you can see a very different tungsten carbide coatings, and I would like to reiterate once again, I am showing you only the heterogeneous part. I am not getting into the homogeneous part where things altogether are very different. So you have tungsten carbide cobalt coating where cobalt acts as a matrix phase, and these kind of trapezoidal things or cuboid things are tungsten carbide. Now it's very important to know why such microstructures are very important. Because it offers excellent abrasion, erosion, coupled with impact resistance at room temperature. And these coatings have gone into very large hydropower shaft steel applications. These are coated surface area coated all around. So it's not like a small part which is coated and then forget. But what is very important as an engineer or scientist who belongs to metallurgy or mechanical profession is how the phases are distributed in relation to the processing conditions. I'll not get into the details, but we can see the molten lava kind of cobalt structure, which is strengthened by the presence of free tungsten here and there, and tungsten carbide powder, which is sprayed, is getting dissociated or disintegrated or decarburized into W2C, and eventually you can see tungsten phase. So what is important is, as a metallurgist, I have to understand what is the kind of phases available in the structure and what kind of microstructure it belongs to, and how to understand what is there in it, and then what are the properties, and then finally case into application. Of course, some more analysis goes into that. Now, if I look at permanent carbide alumina kind of coatings, where very important is you must have seen in the second year probably metallurgy, gold and silver, they form isomorphous phase diagram, right? Am I right? Any first years here? Okay, very few, all others are second and third, right? So you know what is meant by isomorphous derived, right? Okay. And then, so this is Romia and alumna. They both belong to hexagonal structure, but still they are soluble over the entire range, which means that they form a wonderful solid solution. But by optimizing the spray parameters, anyway you can get such kind of nice lambda structures without the cracks using the dynamic spray coating technology over plasma spray. And these particular coatings offer excellent corrosion resistance and wear resistance. So they get transferred to submarine components. And similarly, if you have alumina titania, well, alumina is not a heterogeneous structure, so I will not get into that, but alumina titania, which goes into a variety of applications, including ship components, marine components, where you can see with increasing titanium content added to alumina, you get very different microstructures. And so on with the color of the coated surface after the drying. So these kind of heterogeneous microstructures are very important because it makes your goods travel smoother and safer. And similarly, if you look at chromium carbide native chrome coatings, they also have very distinct uh, phase distribution and then the morphologies and heterogeneities. And they are very much suitable for hard gas corrosion at even 870 degrees centigrade. So, I would like to say if you have, how many of you made air travel? Right? Good, it is a number. And I wanted to bring to your notice that no flight can fly without any coating on any of the engine parts. At least some of the blades use either at LP side or HP side, low pressure or high pressure, or high temperature side. So you cannot assume, I'll show you one of the slide why. But the point is you cannot have a flight, whether it is a civilian aircraft or a defense aircraft or a cargo. You cannot have any flight without a coating on it. Not on it doesn't mean that on the surface of it, of course there are coatings, de-icing coatings, but especially the engine side. So some of these rotors, because they house the housings, they support the bearing structures inside, they get worn out. Once the ID increases beyond 10 microns or 20 microns and elements allowed, it has to be thrown out. Where you cannot have such thing, luxury to throw out everything and ask for a new one. So we have developed a variety of coating solutions to cater to such things where we can put back in the component in use. And then if you look at plasma spray technologies, a variety of plasma spray technologies are available with the RCA. I will not get into the details, but the important thing is you can pressurize a precursor tank and atomize the powders and introduce into the plasma room. What it offers, why we need to do that is it can offer a very different unique microstructures. In the sense, what happens is a precursor droplet gets evaporated and then it gets broken up, gelation takes place, gets pyrolyzed, and then sinking and melting, and then finally very small slabs. Remember, each slab may be of a few microns, but the features within it is certainly nano. As you can see here, the length scales of a large number of powders together is something like 200 nanometers, 300 nanometers. So you can get very different architectures, and where it will go, and depending on the kind of gelation product and the processing math, you can get very different coatings like this, and you can get this kind of, the lotus leaf, right? So that kind of mimicking you can do with phase tube aluminum powders and coatings. So what is very important here is some of the features are nano, some of the features are micro. You can get very different coatings. What is that? We just have it from here with this kind of nanoscale
features in it. So have you seen super hydrophobic coating? This is what it offers. The water droplet will never stick to that. So that kind of architectures can be created. So earlier I mentioned that you can drop the particles radially. Now you can feed the particles axially, so that whatever the water particles you feed, they won't diverge in the plume, and they attain identical velocity and identical temperature profile. If I can axially take all of them, they react to our surface, they reach to surface with a similar velocity and similar microstructure. So these kind of architectures can be found because, as I mentioned, we will be focusing on heterogeneous microstructures. So these kind of structures are very important. In next couple of slides, I will be able to show you why they are very important. These kind of structures I will show you next time. So in addition to that, you can get some hybrid coatings where you can put high temperature particles like aggressive zirconia particles and with the nickel chrome bonds inside kind of self-lubricating applications on the distance. So these kind of possibilities are there with this kind of heterogeneous kind of structures. So now, one of the important things is you may have a given technology, you may perfect it, you may nurture it, you may take it to the application. But most of the time, one single technology may not be able to solve the problem. In which case, having one or more technologies or processes housed in the same campus will help you out. Like if you have this metallurgical engineering department without mechanical faculty, you may not be able to understand some of the subjects. If you don't have mechanical friends, and similarly mechanical friends do not have metallurgical credits, they can understand subjects very recently. But there is a limit. Suppose if I ask you, any student, I'm sure none of the students in this room have not seen pressure cooker. Anybody? Is there anybody who has not seen pressure cooker? Can anybody explain how it works? Other than just increase the pressure and then it cooks. Go back and read, then you will understand what you are saying is not correct. Anybody else? But the liquid vapor. So what? Liquid vapor is transformed. So what? Why should it be an energy efficient cooking process as compared to water vessel cooking? Yeah. Close vessel. How is it more? What material to be used to make it pressure cooker? You have to know. So both a mechanical and metallurgy together can do us. Try to release that. So as an example, plasma and detection spray, we were able to do very well with the Rolls-Royce engine, where we are no longer in a mood to supply the procedure to refurbish, repair, and a lot of fighter aircraft are flying now. This is the typical, it doesn't look, and it doesn't mean that it's a single step process. It has a lot to do with each and every step well taken care. And then, as I mentioned, in the case of gun, you are firing a bullet which has got extremely high temperature and velocity, right? So, is the temperature is more or velocity is more in the case of a particular process or technology? It makes a lot of difference. In the case of regular thermal spray, what I mentioned, you have more temperature and less velocity. Whereas in this case, cold spray, as the name indicates, you have high velocity and less temperature.
How it matters? If you have a high melting point material or a complex tension type cobalt, which won't get softened easily when it is got to go for high temperatures or medium temperatures in the thermostat. But whereas if you have a variety of powders and powders where velocity creates a shear instability, electric shear instability, and therefore it can deform even at room temperatures. So that kind of technology can make the coatings like this. You can get niobium coating, for example, for supercategory applications. You can get aluminum silicon carbide MNCs. I'm showing only the kind of heterogeneities involved microstructures, not everyone. Say nickel B4C or nickel chromium carbide MNCs. And then copper tungsten, copper tantalum, copper moly composites, where the second phase composition can be varied. And everything is for an application. And then aerospace has got a lot of refurbishment. Aerospace now everywhere. There is no sector in the world which doesn't want or doesn't need a repair or refurbishment. So as a metallurgist, it is our right to offer them the solution how to bring the inhomogeneous or non-homogeneous or heterogeneous microstructure in relation to the homogeneous microstructure, what it has already, and then how to integrate them and offer unique solution. So we have cathodic or physical vapor equation, where the target strikes the surface and then it gets vaporized. How the solid becomes vapor, how to create that, we can go back and Google on. But the vapor that comes out can be made to deposit on these kind of components. How many of you have gold color watch? Is there any gold color watch? Unfortunately, mine is not. So otherwise, you know the gold color watches, right? I mean cases, especially. What is that material? Gold. You can get a gold color chain in 300 rupees in Amazon. Does that mean that they are selling gold? So let me know if somebody is really supplying gold chain for 300 rupees. So it is not gold, it is a gold colored titanium nitride. Titanium nitride. First purpose is to look like gold and look at it. Second purpose is its hardness and therefore the scratch resistance that it can offer. You won't get scratched. If it is real gold 24 or 22, it will get scratched. By now it will have got hundreds of scratches. So that kind of, you can see these gold colored things. So they are titanium nitride. So what happens now, the research is what happens if I take aluminum titanium chromium nitride instead of simple titanium nitride and then put a silicon nitride monolayer is one atomic layer around this aluminum titanium chromium nitride range. It becomes the example for super hard material which has got more than 40 GPa hardness. Extremely hard, it can melt in any material, that kind of situation. So, but the thing is, you can always argue this is a heterogeneous or homogeneous. This is homogeneous because it looks like the same in all three dimensions. This is homogeneous, right? But this is not because on a substrate grade you have a thin layer of titanium nitride and followed by PAL, followed by many layers of nanostructure, titanium, chromium, and aluminum nitride with a silicon nitride network, and then followed by the top layer of PAL, CRS. So these kind of architectures, you can assume, I'm not sure if you can see the micron scale, this is a micron marker. This length is 1 micron. So, so the total length is just 15-20 microns or even much less than 5 microns. But you have hundreds and thousands of grades. So in that context, it's very important and interesting and it's heterogeneous in nature. And those kind of, you can add the low friction diamond carbon films on the surface, and then you can get this kind of functionality and you can increase the life of stamping dies quite a bit. And then you can see the gold colors, beautiful gold colors. These are nothing but titanium nitride. This is the compressor module of helicopter. You can see some of the blades are gold color, some of them are not. Which means that whatever the grades we have quoted and supplied, they were kept all along and all around. And then the real performance assessment has happened. And they showed a certain saying that these coatings are for the first time developed in India and indigenously available. Now the technology can be used for coating the guns and blades of lots of helicopters and airplanes. And then I was, in fact, the previous speaker, Manish was also mentioning, there is a limit for a superlight with respect to its temperature, operation temperature, this is humulus temperature, not the real ending point, but humulus, which can be substantially improved with the thermal barrier coating. What a thermal barrier coating contains is your bond put, your thermal oxide, and DBC. In a simple term. What this DBC looks like and how it is processed, DBC looks like this. I have got microstructure in the slide, but you have electron beam considered for a question where you can see two electron guns are melting these targets, melting these cathodes, and then these are the blades to be coated. They are being heated by another electron beam gun, where the temperature of deposition is maintained uniformly all around the chamber, and you get this kind of beautiful, wonderful microstructures. You can see this is the kind of microstructure. These are microstructures which are kind of heterogeneous in the sense you can see there is intercolumnar spacing. This is the columnar microstructure, and within the column also there is it's something like you must have seen the nucleation growth phenomena where dendrites are interdendritic regions are quite different with respect to the elemental concentrations. So such images you can see, and these coatings are excellent for combating high temperature applications, especially in the turbine blades where your combustion products are ready to react to the surface. And how many of you know what is laser? How many of you have seen the laser? Right. What is meant by laser? Right. Very good. So can you see a laser beam? Sure. Can you see X-ray beam? No? Right? What's the difference? Intensity and wavelength. Wavelength. Why? I've seen a lot of signals around. I've seen stock signals are ready to come, right? Higher wavelength. So what?
So I can see.
Pardon?
So I can see through the
I can't see other colors.
No, but it will be in reflection.
Right? Minimum? Refraction, diffraction, interference. That's so I don't know which one is and with what? Right. So, how the short one we have more? So something like violet. It has short wavelength. Why should it disappear? Does it mean that it is disappearing, or does it mean that its intensity is low so that we are not able to see? So these are things likely to be debated among users to come to a conclusion. Just for fun, but there is for every reason, for every phenomenon, there is a science attached to it, whether you know it or not. And when you guys come to my role, I'm the chairman of several screening committees and interview boards. When you guys come to me, these are the questions I'm going to ask. What is the hardness of martensite? How much is the hardness? I heard a lot more than 60 number, right? Anybody says any number, it is wrong. Any number followed by some subscripts, even though it is wrong. Because the hardness of martensite is not a number. Martensite of martensite is a function of carbon content. Unless you ask me what is the percentage of carbon in your martensite, whatever the answer is, that is wrong. And whether you found a lab martensite or paid martensite, all matters, right? So try to spend little time with your own colleagues, take the help of faculty, try to get something, and then try to come to me for an interview. Otherwise, no point in coming to me for an interview. And situation is so fast-paced. I'm openly admitting only to you, not to faculty. When I screen 90% of the people, based on their academic performance, or based on their exam performance, 90% of the people are straight out because I have limited limits. When the 10%, something like one scientist we post, a regular post, I get on average 1,500 to 2,000 applications per post. And I do a lot of work, lot of communication, lot of hardship to screening 1:20, 1:30, 1:40 number of applications. Sometimes 2 vacancies, 100 people are ready. And the moment that the engineers either after the meeting that enters, any company, just 1 minute or 2 minutes, it's not worth spending more than 2 minutes per candidate. So I used to feel when I go for the scientist B to scientist C and D, why they are giving me 15 minutes for my assistant? I'm working hard for 3 years, 4 years to get my promotion. By the way, I got my scientist B to C, C to D, D to E, E to F, F to G, all promotions in outstanding category. Don't think that director is my relative. I work with 3 directors. So, doesn't matter who is the director. They have to recognize you, then you have the talent. So, but point here is, so I used to feel bad that I'm giving 15 minutes time to present myself and committee decide whether I'm able to get a promotion or not. I used to feel very bad. I used to shout at my seniors, this is not correct. It has to be changed, something like that. But now, since I'm on the other side of the table, I'm able to realize 2 minutes are enough to judge whether you are up to the mark or not. Just because the fundamentals are very lacking. I don't want entire access to be only. I don't want you to know every single inch of it. Something like what is the temperature of the course process, what is the temperature of all air cell, what are the different challenges when you operate all air cell. I don't need just basics. Basic physical mechanical metallurgy are basics of all subjects, just simple basics. I don't want you to know everything. So without that, just it is the world is not ready for you. Unless you make yourself ready to the world. Don't blame that I studied engineering at MGIT, metallurgy with so much passion. But my son or my daughter or my grandson, granddaughter are not able to get a job. This is what they should say. He got 80%. 80% has literally no meaning unless you have 80% of the knowledge. If you have 80% of the knowledge, 60% is fine with you. I don't know. So try to realize, I'm happy one or two of you realize what I'm saying. I'm not expecting other people to realize. If I have more members than one or two, I'll be much more happy. I'll be loving people happy. So laser offers us a contactless interaction. We don't need to apply any pressure or force, and it gives a wide variety of lasers you can see. All those things are extremely important for processing the materials. We can do the laser-based refurbishment of some of the worn parts. We can do clarity of some of the localized repairs of LGVs, which are very, very difficult parts. And when we visited one of the manufacturing sector, all these are prepared with varieties of superlux. What is needed is when they are manufacturing a small portion got damaged. I mean, it's not as per the design, very small portion. That includes non-critical areas as well because of the dimensional stiffness. They don't accept those parts. So what we did is we got all these damaged parts, brought back to USA, and then analyzed which are the critically damaged, which cannot be repaired, which are the non-critically damaged. Take some of the critically damaged parts, convert that into powder because we don't have that supervised, that particular Russian data, US data, European data supervised, and now they are ready to supply. So convert those critically damaged parts into their powders and use these powders to again repair those non-critically damaged parts. So this is what is happening. I don't want to get into much, but this is a microprocessing technology where I just would like to spend one important point. Here, unlike many other things, coating looks like uniform, right? It is perfectly alright, it looks uniform, there are no much defects that can be seen. It looks like single phase, but it is not. I will not get into the mechanism part. But what happens is if this is a thickness. On the surface you have a lot of gamma luna, and when you go inside, gamma luna comes down and then alpha luna goes up. So because of this alpha gamma, it becomes a gradient composite across thickness. It looks pretty simple case as if we have seen under SE mode, secondary electron mode, but this is not. So because of this kind of gradient nature, you get hardness like this. On the surface, we have more than 1800 liters, in some of the cases 2000 liters, and towards the interface it is less. On the interface, close to the interface it is more, on the surface it is less. And therefore, what happens is here you can polish it and get a nice finish, and still it becomes extremely well resistant. It is so well resistant. If you take HSS, you know hexabrate, right? If you take HSS hexabrate and try to rub it, immediately the hexabrate gets warm. It becomes, I mean, such hard coatings are possible. So these kind of components where those kind of hard coatings are extremely found to be very useful and demonstrated the technology. I've got a lot of patents all over the world and then transferred this technology. One last example out of there is something called pulse electrodeposition. You know the conventional electrodeposition is there where you feed the DC power. This is the last example. You feed the DC power, probably you must have seen your lab, right? You want to have electrodeposition lab, some copper, zinc deposition we used to do. Because from the copper sulfate, it is easy to get copper, it won't be costly. You pass some DC, and anode gets coated, cathode gets anode gets coated, and cathode gets coated. Right, cathode gets coated. And that is some of their active. So, what happens if you change the DC power to pulse DC? Something like this kind of cycles. What happens is this. This is a pure nickel coating. There is no alloy. It is just simple nickel. But still hardness varies.